Great night after senior Trump administration officials reportedly warned the president about dwindling munitions stockpiles. In response, Iran said it would pause retaliatory strikes against U.S. bases across the Middle East. Over the weekend, the Pentagon updated its official war casualty database, adding more than 140 wounded service members. The new figures show 18 U.S. troops have been killed and 624 wounded since the U.S. launched its war against Iran back in February. The Pentagon separating the casualty figures, deaths and injuries after the ceasefire ended on July 7th, are listed in a separate database labeled generically as Overseas Operations Casualties, unquote. Meanwhile, Iran's foreign ministry accused Ukraine of attacking an Iranian commercial vessel in the Caspian Sea, saying one sailor was killed and another injured. The Ukrainian president, Volodymyr Zelensky, accused Russia of passing on to Iran its satellite observations in the Middle East, allowing Iran to launch attacks across the region. This comes as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is set to visit the White House Tuesday for the first time since the U.S. and Israel started bombing Iran in February. Despite the lull in fighting, Britain said its armed forces were ready to defend itself after Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps warned the UK not to allow U.S. bombers to fly from UK bases. On Thursday, the IRGC claimed the U.S. had flown bombing missions against Iran from Fairford Air Base in southwest England. The U.S. war in Iran has spread to a second front to include Yemen. Yemen's Houthi rebels over the weekend struck sites belonging to the Saudi state oil giant Aramco on the Red Sea coast.
Some weird German person replied to me randomly in a thread and was like, look, another wannabe woman that, like, supports Iran or something stupid. Something like that.
Sure. Love that.
And I was like, I embedded with the Free Syrian Army and was shelled by the IRGC, which isn't technically true.
Who gives a shit?
Yeah. But, you know, because, like, technically Assad is greater IRGC, so... But I was like, and shelled by the IRGC, take your clown shoes elsewhere. And then the comment was deleted.
They didn't block you? They actually deleted the comment?
I don't know. I don't care.
Hilarious.
It's like, I had nothing to do with Iran at all. And, like, I don't know why they chose to, like... fucking comment on a random song page.
Yep.
Where I left a comment to the singer. But you know, I'd rather have it stay up so the singer sees it and thinks I'm cool.
Friday, the Saudi-led military alliance bombed Houthi military positions in the Red Sea port of Hodeidah. In France and Spain, devastating wildfires have forced more than 360,000 people to evacuate their homes, the largest evacuation in France's history since World War II. The fires began in the southwest of France Wednesday before spreading to Spain. In France, 2,500 firefighters, 1,500 military personnel, and nearly 1,200 police have been deployed to bring the fires under control.
Damn.
It comes as a new heat wave
Send the police in first.
Europe this week, with temperatures soaring to 40 degrees
They can do wave tactics against the fire.
104 degrees Fahrenheit.
Then you send in the firefighters who are actually trained to do the job and it's just like Russian wave tactics.
We in the village are completely surrounded by all the fires. In the
It'll
end,
definitely
the fires
work.
here and those in Almoró and Villa del Prado have merged. The one coming from Burgondo is 10 kilometers
There's a
from
fire
here
in Mexico,
and
is
is
it?
already reaching this area. What we are seeing right now is that they have also joined together. In other words, the three fires from the three provinces are going to merge. And what we are seeing is devastation,
Holy
fear,
fuck.
anguish. I don't know. It's impossible to explain.
We'll go to Spain after headlines to speak with a professor who is evacuated.
Spain.
And also speak with
Close.
John Valiant. He is author of the book Fire Weather. In Germany, a man allegedly drove a minivan into a crowd of people near Berlin's Pride celebration Saturday, killing one person and injuring 29 others. Authorities later shot and killed the man during an operation Sunday. The suspect was identified as Abdul Balat, a 21-year-old German citizen. According to authorities, he tried to join the Islamic State and was released from prison in May despite being
ISIS,
jailed for
okay.
preparing an attack. This is Berlin's mayor, Kai Wegner.
I can only say that Berlin, as a city of freedom and diversity, will continue to stand strong and make its position clear. We will not allow anyone to take away our way of life or the way we live together.
Here in New York, a man stabbed two people in broad daylight last week. The New York Police Department's investigating whether the stabbings are hate crimes. The first victim was a 57-year-old Asian man, the second a 50-year-old Jewish man. So far this year, the number of confirmed hate crimes has risen nearly 8% in New York City compared to the same period last year.
Donald Trump is enabling it, and the Zionists in New York City are kind of doing something here.
At the Bite of Seattle Food
Crazy.
Festival near the Needle
We should continue to cry about anti-Semitic shit while Zionists continue to spread anti-Muslim dehumanization. That's a great choice. Hey, you know what would be a really good contributor to this? Bringing Netanyahu to New York City. That'd be great.
Traveling through Deir al-Balah. The head of the police in northern Gaza was also killed in a separate Israeli attack
more
on Saturday.
bombings
This
from
all
the
comes
definitely
as a
not
new
committing
report
genocide
warns
during a
more
fucking
than
ceasefire
two-thirds of
that definitely is a
Palestinians in
ceasefire,
Gaza are likely to
bombing
suffer from acute
IDPs.
hunger by the end of this year, as humanitarian aid organizations face funding shortages while Israel continues to restrict the entry of food.
Like, do the people who
and
control the
other
worldwide
life-saving
militaries just not
supplies.
give a fuck?
Currently, about 1.2 million
What is happening?
people in Gaza face
No.
acute hunger.
Why would they
that
care?
figure could rise to more than 1.4 million Palestinians by
Like,
December.
why, as a
In
globe,
related
are we
news,
sitting here
Israel's
letting
approved
Israel
the
do
deployment
this?
of an international security force into Gaza as part of President Trump's so-called
Send the
ceasefire
PLA in.
agreement. The unit will reportedly include about 200 members from
I'm
countries
still on this.
including Uganda
Send the PLA
and
in.
Morocco. In the occupied West
Let
Bank,
Israel
Israeli
bomb the
settlers
PLA, and then the
torched
PLA can
two
destroy
mosques
them.
over the weekend in the latest wave of violent attacks on several Palestinian towns and villages. This is a resident of Qusra.
This is a religious crime. It is a moral crime at all. They are thieves, and you can call them with all the bad descriptions because there is no human on the planet that torches a religious place.
Did you see
This
some
comes as
Palestinians
Israeli
disarm some
military
settlers and
forces
dumpstered
Saturday detained
them?
over 70
Pretty cool.
Palestinians in
With their own
raids
gun.
across the occupied West Bank. The arrests and attack on the mosques followed the killing of at least 4 Palestinians in the town of Tal
here it is.
Friday, when Israeli settlers and soldiers opened fire on residents attempting to protect their homes. 2 Israeli soldiers were also killed. Several Israeli activists were arrested in Tel Aviv over the weekend during a protest against intensifying Israeli settler violence on Palestinians. Some of the protesters held signs that read, "Resist Zionist terror." Francesca Albanese, the UN Special Rapporteur on the occupied Palestinian territories, has condemned the Israeli settler attacks as, quote, pogroms against defenseless civilians, unquote. The International Criminal Court has voted to remove Chief Prosecutor Karim Khan following sexual misconduct allegations against him that emerged 2 years ago. This is the first time an ICC chief prosecutor has ever been removed from office.
His name's
Khan had
Karim
already been
Khan.
suspended from his role in June, pending the ICC's oversight body's vote.
Isn't it what it
Khan was
sounds like
accused
she
of
just
sexual
said?
misconduct by a female aide. He's denied the
Missed it.
allegations. Khan's removal comes
She
as
sounded
the
like
Trump
she said his name is
administration
Kareem
is
Khan. Khan.
threatening to dismantle the ICC
Is it Kareem?
brick
Yeah.
by brick.
Yeah.
In India, the education minister, Dharmendra Pradhan, resigned.
Did you see that
after
the
a week
ICC
of
judge
mass
got sanctioned by the
demonstrations
US?
led by the
Pretty cool.
Cockroach Junta Party.
Over the
Hundreds of
ICC warrant for
thousands of young
Netanyahu.
people took to the streets after an exam
They're really
leak
doubling down.
scandal led to more than a dozen students taking their own lives. The violent police response led to sit-ins
Is this
and
India?
drew more people to participate in the demonstrations. This is Abhijit Dipka, the founder of the
cockroaches.
Party.
You heard the name for it?
Constitution of India. It's a victory
Yeah.
for the
Pretty
people
interesting.
of India. And
It's another
a victory
youth
for the
revolution.
dictator.
The White House Correspondents Association dinner was held
I had a lot of
Friday,
stuff
3 months after it was disrupted
about
by
this
a
kind of
gunman.
stuff.
During an hour-long speech, President Trump attacked journalists, comedians, Democrats, as well as members of his own cabinet. He even joked about running for president again.
I want to save your ratings. I'm pleased to announce my intention to, and this is somewhat of a scoop, my intention to run for a 4th term as President of the United States. I will be doing that. I will be having an official, in fact, I think I have, I won 3 times. Now I'm going to do it again.
He's so fucking cringe.
Thank you. I'm going to do it.
Paramount Skydance announced it's halting its merger with Warner Brothers Discovery until July of next year after a lawsuit from
How about forever?
Democratic states. Paramount's also facing a lawsuit from the Writers Guild of America, which argues the merger would lead to job losses for screenwriters and journalists.
Of course it would.
Paramount Skydance is run by David Ellison, whose father, Larry Ellison, the billionaire founder of Oracle and a prominent ally and financial backer of President Trump. Under the proposed
Purge the
deal,
billionaires.
CNN and CBS News, streaming services HBO
we need
Max
the
and
Italians
Paramount Plus, as well
to
as
come
film
out
and television
and do the good
studios,
things.
would all be combined under a single entity controlled by the Ellisons. The UK is also threatening to sue over the merger. To see our interview with the California Attorney General Ron Bonta, go to democracynow.org. In Houston, Texas, protests continued this weekend in response to the ICE killing of the 52-year-old Mexican father, Lorenzo Salgado Araujo.
Simple Black Theory has been in a lot of the coverage of this.
Hundreds of protesters marched to Houston
what?
City Hall Saturday
protest.
demanding justice
Oh, really?
and for the ICE
Yeah.
agents involved in the
'Cause
fatal
he has a
shooting to be
megaphone and has been
identified.
leading a group
Advocates have
there.
also called for the release of key witnesses from ICE
Did
custody.
you hear what I said the other
One
day
of whom is
about
Salgado's younger
PSL actually
brother,
being
Victor.
behind Springfield?
This comes as the Harris County
Yeah.
District Attorney's Office confirmed a white powder found in Salgado's van was not drugs, but an electrolyte salt mixture to stay hydrated while working in construction
Epic.
during Houston's scorching summer. The substance was the subject of an
Apparently,
unsealed FBI
the
search warrant.
50-51
David Donati,
group
senior staff attorney at the ACLU of Texas, said in a statement, quote,
has
by taking the unusual steps of
endorsed
securing and then
PSL
unsealing their
candidate
search warrant, the government's
in Ohio.
demonstrated it's more interested in creating a false narrative than in seeking the truth. The Salgados deserve real answers about what happened to their father, and we reiterate our call for an independent and complete investigation, the ACLU said. The Congressional Hispanic Caucus Friday held an oversight hearing in Houston on Salgado's ICE killing, where 2 of his sons, Ronaldo and Lorenzo Jr., testified. To see our coverage of the case, go to democracynow.org. A group of Venezuelan men who were wrongfully removed from the United States and sent to the notorious Salvadoran Secot prison have filed a lawsuit against the 2 U.S. aviation firms that chartered the 3 flights to El Salvador last year. The suit accuses CSI Aviation and Globalists of violating the men's civil rights as well as U.S. and international law for transporting them to El Salvador, where many describe facing torture. The lawsuit was filed earlier this month by several groups, including the Kennedy Human Rights Center, and was first reported by The Guardian. In March of last year, more than 230 Venezuelan men were rounded up and deported to El Salvador after the Trump administration invoked the Alien Enemies Act, accusing the men without evidence of being gang members. Federal health officials announced a new outbreak of cyclosporiasis, impacting 72 people. About 4,100 people have been infected with the cyclospora parasite. According to the CDC, at least 98 people have been hospitalized as cases have been reported in at least 41 U.S. states. Critics have talked about the gutting of CDC by DOJ. And in Maine, Democrats have selected Troy Jackson to replace Graham Plattner as their U.S. Senate candidate at a convention on Saturday. Plattner dropped out of his race after an ex-girlfriend accused him of rape. Jackson is a former logger and former Maine state legislator who was the Maine State Senate president. He will face Republican Senator Susan Collins, a 5-term incumbent, in November. This is Jackson accepting his party's nomination for Senate.
We need someone with courage. We need a fighter. And we need a senator who remembers exactly who sent them to Washington, which is you. Let's unite this party. Let's build the largest working class movement Maine has ever seen. And let's win this fight. I humbly ask for your vote. Thank you, and God bless.
Troy Jackson was endorsed by the DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America, when he ran for governor. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org, where you can download our news app, sign up for our newsletter, subscribe to the daily podcast.
Subscribe to my web zone.
Playlist. Okay. Let's see if it is on here. Great.
You didn't even check beforehand?
No, it's all good. Because I knew.
Pathetic.
Yeah.
In Beijing, you're surrounded by imperial tradition. Perhaps 5,000 years of civilization and revolutions.
The thing about Beijing is I feel like I walk around a random corner and then bam, there's just culture and history in front of me.
There's one way to say it.
The ABC is back in China after 5 years. And living here, you also
Japanese
notice
culture,
there's a silent revolution. This city is electrified. Around half of all new cars sold here are EVs. You can spot them by their green number plates. And the country has been transformed.
When I first came to Beijing in 2008, I
Bro's
was
just
really
walking
struck
in the
by
street.
how loud and chaotic it was, and also the level of pollution. Some days I'd walk outside and you could taste it in your mouth. You'd choke on it almost. Now, nearly 20 years later, coming back here, it's like it's a new city. The air is so much cleaner. Just look up at the sky, for example. And yes, it is still really busy, but we're in the heart of Beijing CBD now. And have a listen to how quiet it is. That's the impact of an electric society.
China is the undisputed global leader of electric vehicles. Almost 75% of the world's EVs are made here. And this didn't happen by accident. As far back as 2001, China identified EVs were the future. They invested billions learning how to make better, smarter and cheaper EVs. And now China dominates the global supply chain too.
I mean, when you don't really have
we're going to take you across China.
oil.
This is my first time ever driving an EV, and it's also my first time ever driving in China.
To see how this country built an electric revolution and what that means for the rest of the world. Welcome to the Beijing Auto Show. It's the biggest car show on the planet. About 50 football fields in size, and almost all the cars here are electric.
Yesterday, I tried to walk the entire show. I only got through 3/4 of it, and I'd already walked 12 kilometres. So it's absolutely massive.
You're about to see things you never even thought were possible. There's jumping cars, EVs in freezers, fridges in EVs, TVs in everything, and then there's this.
Does it fly yet?
Yeah, fly the sky.
So this is a car, just not the type that you might realise. This is actually a flying car. It is without a pilot, as you can see. It's fully automated, and regular people like...
Can't hear you.
No. How about that? Like, the only thing that I can think of with this whole thing is why. Why do I want this? You know what I want? A manual gearbox, a fucking normal engine, cloth seats, and wind up fucking windows. I don't want any of these fucking gimmicks. Like, I don't understand why people are so obsessed with gimmicks. Why do you need endless screens? It's a car. You drive it from A to B. Why is it 60 grand packed with screens and data gathering technology? I don't understand. I don't care. I don't know why other people care. I don't know why they are impressed with gimmicks. Like, I will say there are some impressive things in this video, but like, when people are talking about EVs like this and they're like, oh, they're packed with TVs, they're so comfy, they've got all this nice stuff, and then it doesn't work in 3 years, and then your car's a fucking busted screen. Great. How about give me a radio with buttons? How about not a big TV screen in the middle,
I don't know
and you just give me
if
buttons?
It was a troll post, but apparently PlayStation isn't going to have buttons on the next controller.
That's got to be a troll.
It's basically just going to be a holographic display, and you can map where you want the buttons on the display.
I hate that. That is awful.
Well, don't worry. They'll still sell the classic version
for twice the price.
You or me could buy one of these. In fact, they will go on sale at the end of this year.
Yeah, no. I don't need that. China really has perfected consumerism, huh?
This thing measures nearly 5.3...
Consume.
Ethan Robertson hosts the Wheelsboy channel on YouTube.
Consume.
If you want to know what the pulse of the global car industry is, you've got to be in Beijing.
Ethan's been watching the EV transformation happen in front of him, living in China for the last 12 years.
Consume.
The largest attraction here is Build Your Dreams, or BYD, the world's #1 EV brand.
And the world's least transparent automaker when it comes to supply chains. BYD is intricately linked to the Chinese slavery supply lines for their batteries. Intricately linked. And then on top of that, outside of China, auto manufacturers are going to BYD to get batteries, which are tied to slavery in the Congo. Do they just forget that this happens? Well, where do the batteries come from? Lithium has to be mined.
New iPhone.
Like, okay, we've got all this stuff about iPhones and like Apple products and tech products and stuff. They're pretty shit with their supply chain. How bad do you think a domestically made Chinese EV is with supply chain? You think they give a fuck? Absolutely
Temu
not.
is having a sale.
Great. I can't wait to buy my asbestos-filled children's toys that'll break in 3 days. Hell yeah.
We're in a hall where all of these brands are part of the BYD group. From a car that costs less, well under 10,000 US dollars, all
Why?
the way up to supercars, electric supercars that cost in excess of $250,000.
BYD's newest tech will charge their cars faster than ever before.
This is the latest version, which is going to have BYD's megawatt flash charging system. And so that's going to charge the battery from 10 to 70% in 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
5 minutes. I promise you, I've seen it with my very eyes. It's kind of unbelievable.
Extreme luxury.
Yes.
Extreme luxury is now being offered in Chinese EVs relatively cheaply.
It's a meme in China. It goes, I believe it's 冰箱彩电大沙发, which translates to fridge, big screen, sofa seats. So if you don't have a big screen, a refrigerator that also heats things, by the way, and individual seats with heating, cooling, massage, zero gravity, and everything else, you are uncompetitive. Your car is just not going to move off the lot.
That's the standard now.
That's the standard now. So long as these other manufacturers from other countries struggle to produce electric vehicles with the technology and the features and the price, most importantly, that consumers around the world want, I think they're going to lag behind the Chinese.
Look at this.
So, like, let's just go back to hear what he says, because he says features, he says, like, tech and all this stuff. But, like, again, going back to what I was saying before, it's gimmicks. They were all gimmicks. Does anybody actually need this shit? The only time I would say buy a Chinese EV is if you can't afford a European one, and the only thing that you're considering is a Tesla. Get a Chinese EV over a Tesla. Especially if you're in Australia. That is a much better choice. Only purely because Tesla does not have LiDAR. It just uses cameras. It is the single most unsafe auto driving system in electronic vehicles. And it should not be driven. Nobody should buy Teslas. Especially when Chinese EVs, for a third of the price, a quarter of the price, come with LiDAR, radar, and cameras, which is the 3 systems that you need for auto driving. Tesla only has cameras. Doesn't work.
So long as these other manufacturers from other countries struggle to produce electric vehicles with the technology and the features and the price, most importantly.
Okay. You need to be more specific on what features. Because at this point, nothing offered here, to me, looks valid enough for me to even consider buying. If I was looking at an EV, and I went to BYD... Actually, you know what? I should probably go to BYD, have a sit in some of the cars, and see if they feel cheap and shit. Because I have been in one that wasn't an EV, But then at the same time, I've gone and had a look at Chinese bikes, the CF Motos, and they have the same kind of model where it's cheap bikes for people who want fast bikes. It's not about quality. It's about, appealing to a market. So, if people really want EVs, and I've said this so many times, so I'm not going to go over it, right? They need to subsidize, and I'm pretty sure they go into it and talk about how people get subsidies and tax bonuses for buying EVs and shit. That is exactly how Norway did it, and is exactly how China is doing it to encourage ownership of EVs. And it's exactly how other people should do it. However, in the global north, we should be considering supply chains. And if they do not have transparency in the supply chains, the EVs should not be allowed in the countries. It's that simple. And this applies for Mitsubishi and Hyundai as well, who are also, according to Amnesty International, some of the worst when it comes to transparency of their supply chains for their electric vehicles. This would solve so many problems, as well as getting people into good EVs, making them more likely to rebuy. I don't think that money is the motivating factor here. Because people are going out and buying the BYD Sharks, which are just Ford Rangers, reskinned, and sold at essentially the same price. Why would I buy one? Why wouldn't I just go and buy an electric truck from Ford? Same price. I use Ford as an example. I'm not actually sure whether that F-150 Lightning thing is any good. But it's like, that's all it needs, is just incentives. You just need to incentivize the buying. You need tax breaks, incentives. In Australia, no luxury car tax. There are so many instances that would get people into EVs if that's really what you wanted. The gimmicks are going to run out. How many battery projectile anti-civilian systems can possibly be put in Chinese EVs?
The consumers around the world want, I think they're going to lag behind the Chinese.
That is awful.
This is the kind of size that I need as a 5-foot person.
And it'll only cost me around 10,000 Australian dollars.
It looks like it costs 10 grand.
I'll take it home.
China's car market was once dominated by foreign brands. But now their sales have plummeted in the face of cheaper and more high-quality Chinese-made EVs. When Bill Russo moved to China 2 decades ago as an executive for one of the gas-guzzling American car brands, he saw the future was electric. He's now a leading EV strategist.
It's literally not, though. That's the thing. Every other company outside of China is moving back towards hybrids and petrol cars. Hybrids are the way of the future. Especially for countries that are massive like Australia. The only option is a hybrid. All of the high-level performance cars, yeah, they have their electric halo cars. But what are all the actual performance cars? Hybrids. Racing is where the tech comes from, and the racing tech is hybrid. There is no electric Formula 1. There is Formula E, but there is no electric Formula 1. There are electric racing series, but the main series is always combustion engines. At the higher levels, hybrids. We're talking Le Mans, we're talking F1, we're talking, serious experimental racing. All hybrids. Do you think an EV could run a 24-hour race? The systems that they would have to set up to change the batteries would be so elaborate. I would watch it, though.
Multiple cars.
I'm not sure they're allowed to. Endurance racing has to be the single car. Multiple drivers. I think that's the whole gimmick. Let me check. Can...
Well,
endurance
it would be different
racing.
Because it would be electric cars.
That's true.
So, your rules
No,
don't
an individual
matter.
race entry
Your rules
cannot
don't
use
matter.
multiple physical cars during a race.
Your rules don't matter.
Are there electric endurance racing? There is endurance electric racing. 24-hour World Endurance Challenge. Mainstream top-tier professional endurance racings like Le Mans still rely on hybrids. As I said. So there is electric endurance racing. I'm going to look into this. That's fascinating.
The world.
So why should people elsewhere in the world care at all about what's happening here?
Because it's going global in a big...
Also, this guy works in the Chinese electric vehicle industry. Of course he's going to say this. It's like people in the fossil fuel industry saying EVs suck. You know, also not true.
Big way. China made 34
Like
million cars.
there is a place for electric vehicles. It's just not all of them. You know, it's like petrol. Petrol is going to have a niche. Come to the future. Hybrids are going to be the majority. Electric are going to be a niche. They're not going to die like last time, but they will be a niche. And it's going to be the wealthy niche, and then the cheap, shitty ones. For all the peasants to waste their money on.
Last year, 7 million of those, so about 20% of what it built was actually sold outside of China.
But this wasn't by accident, was it? This was part of a plan.
Yeah, but it was a plan that executed over decades. The plan part was, let's break the dependency on the energy supply chain.
There's also a system within China, from what I understand, where at about 7 years, the cars get inspected, and if they don't pass standard, they get scrapped. So it's kind of like this like BYD's #1 car company in the world is because it's kind of set up this way that they have to keep producing cars because every 7 years, in theory, the cars get recycled. I don't know if that's still a thing. Let me look that up. 7-year rule, China cars. Commercial vehicle retirement limits. Fleet statistics. Okay, so fleet statistics, interesting. So, I wonder, how many of Chinese EV sales are commercial or fleet vehicles? That's not that many. 3 to 5%. Interesting. I wonder which company does the most commercial vehicles. It is BYD. New vehicle and electric truck bus volumes. Geely's Fascist specifically focuses entirely on new energy commercial trucks and vans. Interesting. And then Photon. So BYD does large-scale electric buses, coaches, sanitation trucks, and heavy freight logistic vehicles. Fascinating. I swear this company is like intricately linked to the Chinese government. The thing that really annoys me is how all these companies push themselves as tech brands. Like, you're not, you're a car company. Act like it. That's why they put all these fucking gimmicks in these cars, is because they're not selling you a car, they're selling you a phone.
That China doesn't dominate, which is oil and gas. The
$60,000 phone.
part of China said that we can be leaders. We don't have to catch up. We can leapfrog and become leaders in the next generation of 21st century auto tech. They're introducing a whole new product configuration.
But it's not innovation.
World, which is the smart device.
It's horizontal.
The moving living space.
It's literally sidestepping.
Connectivity features. That's the really transformative innovation coming from China.
Is that what makes them so attractive here?
Go around, ask people how much they cost. Those prices are nothing like anything else in the world. Let's just say it's 100% tariff. I double the price. They're still cheaper than many cars. They're still cheaper than the average price of a new car.
All right. BYD Sea Lion 7. Let's see how much they are. And then let's see what I can get for on the second-hand market for the same price. Oh wow, they have a tablet that spins. Wow. Oh, what a gimmick. I'm definitely going to go out and buy one now. Oh, they've got screens in the dashboard to give you ambience. Whoa. Where's the price, fucking? $64,000. Okay. Car sales. Let's have a look what I can get for $64,000. Give me a car brand.
Toyota.
Toyota? Done. Toyota. Search. Now let's go. Price from 50,000 to 65,000, huh? Let's see what we got. Price high to low. I can get a Hilux. I can buy a Toyota van. I can buy a Land Cruiser. A manual Land Cruiser. Done. Good deal. I'm gonna have to refine this more. Year. Type of car. What body type do you want?
I don't care.
Coupe, hatch, sedan, SUV, wagon. Let's go sedan. Done deal. Done deal. Same fucking price. It's a hybrid. Toyota Crown. Same price. Damn. Done deal. That would be a much better car.
Sold in the United States.
If you have a smart...
And I would never need to charge it.
car, then it could be collecting data. And that's been a sensitive point outside of China.
That's something that we hear a lot from in Western markets, this concern that people's data, which is intrinsically linked now inside their cars, can be accessed.
It's got certainly some data security risks associated with where and how information is being used, but I wouldn't say that the rest of the world's view of China is that's all they're doing with it, that they're collecting data and they're targeting people with it. That is not the truth. That part of the story gets overblown.
How are Chinese companies going to approach that, given that it is such a big concern, particularly in Western markets?
It shouldn't
Toyota Chaser.
And let China control everything. We should flip the script.
Manual gearbox.
And let China
wind up windows.
With guided rules.
Power windows. Fuck.
In the overseas markets. We should compete with it. The global auto industry shouldn't block China. They should race at the speed of China.
I couldn't disagree more. considering that they're slave products, they should be banned from export.
Not at the way they're doing it today.
Looking around, it sure seems like China has the upper hand. Luckily, I found a place to let it all sink in.
I'll catch you guys later.
Has this chaser got wind-up windows? It's got cloth seats. Power windows.
To see where some of these cars are made, we've come to Hefei. It's home to 10 million people, 10 hours south of Beijing.
It's a good shot. Sky don't lie.
20 years ago, it was the capital of a poor farming area. Now, it's an EV manufacturing powerhouse. But life here seems pretty relaxed.
Okay. Oh, the wrong way.
I love her participating with the eyes. That's funny.
China went all in on EVs in 2011 with a plan to be the world's best. The government bankrolled hundreds of billions into building infrastructure, funding new car brands and developing new technology. Here in Hefei, that money was spent luring car companies to the region. Like many other Chinese cities, Hefei wants to be known as the new Detroit.
Every city has its thing. Did you know this?
Last year, Hefei produced more electric vehicles than any other place in China, nearly 1.4 million cars. And the government's plan here, now known as the Hefei model, has set the benchmark that other cities now aspire to.
The Hefei government also invested in private EV companies like NIO.
Hello, I'm Alison. Nice to meet you too.
Young Eve from NIO is taking me on a tour of the company's manufacturing plant.
The robots will need to very specifically to put the instrument panel inside of the car.
And I can see there's not a single person in here.
There's no single person. The instrument panel is already assembled.
Yeah, this is why everyone's a delivery driver.
Using local tech, expertise and ferocious competition, this is manufacturing in fast forward. The rest of the world calls it China speed.
And all that wealth goes to the 5 people that own the
factories around
company.
China, and I'm still blown away at what they can do. Here at NIO, for example, they can produce 1 car every minute. So in an average day, that's 600 vehicles.
Okay,
Staggering.
In China now, it's pretty
Is
much
this needed?
standard. Almost
Do
all
we
the
need to
critical
consume
parts is
more?
assembled by the robots. So in this factory, already is like over 1,200 robots.
I know
Growth
you
when
see
we
this
need
every day,
degrowth is
but
objectively a bad
do you still
thing.
get amazed when you come in here sometimes and look at all of
Definitely,
these
definitely.
robots?
Yeah, definitely. It's become more and more smart.
BYD also has a major factory here. It was only
You know, cars used to be a product of somebody's labor. Used to be. You know, some cars, you used to get a plaque or a signature on the engine or somewhere in the engine bay. Depending on the company, depending on the car. Some of them have signatures from the person who put the engine together. It's pretty neat. Some have the signatures from the people who signed the car off. Some have signatures from people who put the dashboard together. You know, there's a cool fucking aspects of human labor that nobody appreciates. And now it's all put together with robots. I'd rather an imperfect car put together by people. Koenigsegg is a good example of a car company which is completely bespoke. But guess how much they cost? It also takes ages. So a single Koenigsegg takes 4,000 total man-hours to craft. Physical assembly production time, roughly 6 to 7 months. 4,000 hours in total. And these cars are notorious for having things fall off. But that's the problem with having a bespoke car. Is you've spent, what? How much did Jess go? $3 million on a car. It's a lot of money.
Ago, they were virtually unknown. Now they're aiming to topple Toyota and in 5 years become the world's biggest car brand. But opening up to...
You know what I really like about BYD is how they use their own ship to bring cars to other countries, then dump them. There are multiple fields full of brand new BYDs just rotting. Not sold, just in a field, multiple different places around the city, around the country. Rotting. Pretty awesome.
To the world is still on China's terms, as we found out.
Remember what I said about transparency in BYD? Why are they stopping them?
We are accredited journalists.
We were only filming outside the factory on a public street. After first threatening to call the police, the BYD security then followed us all the way to the airport. I don't want to turn this into a story about journalism, but this is the reality of being a foreign correspondent in China, is that we are often heavily restricted, despite the fact that I'm registered with the Foreign Ministry, I have a press card here, and we are
Go to North Korea,
allowed to
you'd probably be treated better
on the streets. This kind of intimidation and pressure is something that journalists here regularly face. In China, EVs aren't just about getting from A to B. They're also about lifestyle. I'm in Zhuhai in southern China, not far from Macau. It's a resort city close to the beach. It's even a sister city.
Let me see something. Zhuhai average income. Oh wow, that's not that much money.
With the Gold Coast. I'm about to meet a couple who, like so many of China's middle class, have bought their first EV. On a hot holiday weekend, we're clearly not the only ones heading to the beach, even though the water's not quite clean enough to swim in.
Gross.
Since Crystal, an HR manager, and her husband David traded their petrol car for a Chinese EV, this has become
they
one
look
of their
good.
favourite spots.
That's the thing. Like, they look good.
Lovely.
That's about it.
我可以躺在我的这个什么床垫上，或者是我把这个打成单边床的模式，然后打开电视电影放一部电影，然后我从冰箱里面拿一瓶饮料打开按摩。
Why? Why do I need that? Why do I need a fridge? Why do I need a massage function when the seats are down? Why? Like, why? Can I pay 15 grand less and not have these? Why is that not an option?
打开后排电视。后排娱乐屏打开。绕。
Why?
Microphones.
喂。
Why do I need that?
阴天傍晚，车窗外，未来有一个人在等待。
Nice. I
The couple bought this car for about $60,000 Australian dollars.
That's a lot
with
of money.
the help of government incentives. Tax breaks and cash rebates have supercharged consumer demand for EVs. And owning one is cheaper than owning a petrol car.
这个电车会省钱，省一部分费用。以前燃油车的话，因为担心油耗嘛，就不会去很远的地方，然后就会在附近的地方。然后我们自从有了电车之后，它的这个活动半径就会变大，那我们想开车出去更远的地方玩的意愿就会增加。
China dominates the world in the EV industry.
I mean, look, in a country with low income, I see how this could work. So, like, if you're a developing country and you want people to have cars and access to travel, I don't see why this wouldn't be an option. 60 grand's expensive. That's very expensive. So, like, they're not really that much cheaper. Not really. Because I imagine that North Korea has a bunch of Chinese EVs. How many Chinese EVs? How to explain the appearance of EVs in Pyongyang? Here's what happens every time an electric vehicle is reportedly spotted in North Korea. Everybody stops and asks the same question. How can EVs be charged in a country where lights go out several times a day? Who drives such cars, and where could the vehicles have come from?
Them. How dare you ask questions?
To understand this story, a basic question must first be addressed. Is North Korea capable of building EVs? The answer is no. The country struggles to properly manufacture even commercial automobiles. There is little possibility for EV production. According to recent South Korean government statistics, data points and structural limits of North Korea's industrial capacity. In 2023, North Korea produced 350,000 tons of steel, just 0.5 of South Korea's, highlighting its inability to manufacture even basic materials needed for car production. The situation is even more severe in the power sector. North Korea's gross electricity generation in 2023 reached about 4% of South Korea's, while its power generation capacity stood roughly 6%. I don't know why China... Does North Korea have nuclear energy?
That's a secret.
No operational power generation nuclear reactors. Focusing instead on military nuclear facilities. Okay. Man, if only he had a brain. While his power generation stood roughly 6%, under these conditions, investment in battery technology and the development of EV infrastructure such as charging stations appears impossible. So how many vehicles does North Korea actually produce? According to the Ministry of Unification, the Sungri Motor Complex, widely regarded as the country's largest car factory, has an annual production capacity of about 30,000 cars. When the other factories that are believed to exist in the country are included, the total capacity theoretically reaches 50,000. The reality, however, is starkly different. The Ministry of Data and Statistics estimates that North Korea produced only around 2,300 vehicles in 2021, the most recent year for which data are available, suggesting the factory utilization rates are just 4 to 5%. Even then, production is known to be mostly industrial trucks and military vehicles rather than passenger cars for civilian use. Interesting. Ban on exports to North Korea of industrial machinery, vehicles, steel, and other metals by the UN. Despite these strict sanctions and signs that factories are barely producing vehicles, cars continue to appear on North Korean streets. Raises questions about illicit supply routes. China's General Administration of Customs said bilateral trade with North Korea rose 25% in 2025, with exports in December alone increasing 21%. Interesting. North Korea's vehicle ownership regulation have undergone significant change. Professor at Yanbian University, who studied at Kim Il-sung University, wrote in Chinese Academic Journal last September that North Korea made private vehicle ownership legal. We knew about that. It is reportedly known that several thousand cars were sold after private car sales began in February, following the law taking effect, and a fair number of those were electric models. Interesting. So vehicles appear to be either manufactured domestically, even if in very small numbers, or illegally imported into North Korea, and private car ownership is now permitted. As a result, the number of cars, particularly EVs, seems to be growing. Good. So like this kind of situation, yeah, the power generation is the issue, but I see no issue with North Korea having EVs to allow their people to access cars. I don't see how that's an issue. Same goes for like Africa. If they want to import cars into Africa, so be it. Middle East, West Asia, whatever you want to call it. Importing cars into there, I don't see a problem. It's still an issue of like slavery, but that can be addressed in whole through whatever. So, and I don't think North Korea is really going to give a fuck about that. And I don't think maybe Africa might. Some African countries might have an issue. Maybe if they tried to import them into the Congo, they might have an issue. It's like you literally enslaved us to get these minerals, and now you're selling these fucking cars back to us. That might be a problem.
How does that make you feel?
我对我们国家的新兴能源汽车发展如此之好感到非常的骄傲。
Did you post on Twitter?
This is Shanghai.
I don't get engagement.
It has nearly
on Twitter.
as many people as the whole of Australia. And this is where I'm
she's
finally
gone.
Getting behind the wheel.
Womp womp womp.
This is my first time ever driving.
She resigned. Woo! Jacinda Allen's gone. She's gone. She's out of here. Goodbye. That's great. That's great news.
It's also my first time ever driving in China, and I'm going to show you this. I'm actually not even really driving. I feel like I really need to put my hands back on the wheel.
Whoa.
This is terrifying.
I've never seen a self-driving car before.
80 kilometers an hour right now. Okay, here's the true test. We're about to turn a corner. Oh. I'm feeling slightly terrified, I have to be honest. I know in theory that the technology is here, but I can't help but like want to do this myself. I feel like I trust myself more. In fact, I'm gonna stop. I need to. Taken back the control.
You might be wondering how you charge your EV in China.
Probably a charger.
The answer is
you plug it in.
Easy. Infrastructure is a national priority. There are chargers everywhere.
This is just a small shopping centre, and I can see what looks like at least 50 chargers here. That's pretty standard for China. And you've got to imagine how many shopping centres there are for a country of 1.4 billion people.
And there are other solutions. Neo also lets you swap your battery. Drive in,
okay, that's
dump
pretty
the
fucking
old
cool.
battery, and a freshly charged one is installed.
You can see it's going through the steps. We're about halfway through. I can hear it's doing something. Battery's out now. There it goes, into the car.
See, my issue again is how many fucking batteries are there? And how many people were enslaved to make them to the point that you can just swap them out? Like, nobody wants to ask these questions. Because the answers will make you uncomfortable. Child slavery is involved. Like, this is an issue. Like, this is cool. This is a great technology. This is awesome. But the cost is not worth it. And if they really wanted to do this ethically, the cost would be unviable. That's why they use slavery.
Yep, I can feel it. And that's it. Look, a little over 4 minutes to change the battery.
Fast.
Honestly, it's taken me longer to fill up a petrol car before. It's actually just incredible. And now we can go.
Shanghai is a global hub of EV development, and most of the world's traditional car companies are embracing the inevitable. They need to work with China. Like European brand Renault, who don't even sell cars here.
Hi, ni hao. Very good Chinese.
Thank you, thank you. I'm excited. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. Oh.
Xiaoxing is from Renault's research lab in Shanghai. Today, he's giving me an incredibly rare sneak peek inside.
So, Alison, now where you here is about our lab. So we call them the garage lab. We do the innovation research and the projects here. So I'm afraid you'll need to leave your phone and equipment here.
Okay.
It's forbidden to take to the lab, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, let's go. No.
See you soon.
See you.
We can't show you, but inside are
How
prototypes
convenient
and
that these
tightly
websites
guarded
talking
tech,
about
which Renault says will let
the contemporary AmpereX technology company, which is the place that most of these companies source their batteries from, talk about increasing mining investment, but don't talk about where. How interesting. It also says that vast majority of its raw materials and processing equipment locally within China. Okay, sourcing a vast majority of its raw materials. Great. Where are those materials coming from? Upstream investment. The company operates specialized mining investment subsidiaries committing billions of dollars to acquire direct ownership and stakes in domestic and foreign mineral projects. Where are the majority of Chinese EV material mining investments? Country. Wow, the majority of Chinese overseas EV material mining investments are concentrated in Australia and the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Epic.
them develop cars 3 times quicker than ever before.
How is what Renault is doing here keeping it competitive in an international market?
When we're talking about China's speed to develop an EV car, in time will be, let's say,
Modern slavery and severe labor exploitation are deeply entrenched in the electric vehicle battery mineral supply chain, particularly in extracting and refining of cobalt and lithium. Human rights organizations like Amnesty International have long documented systemic abuses. You remember that mine collapse in the Congo the other year? That was a Chinese EV mineral slave mine. Here is a video Amnesty International put
This
out.
used to be the kitchen in somebody's house. It's now the entrance to a tunnel that goes deep underground. These men have to be careful as they descend, holding onto small ledges on the sides. What they're after is one of the rarest metals found on Earth, cobalt. And the Democratic Republic of the Congo is the source of more than half the world's supply. Much of it comes from hand-dug, artisanal mines like this one, some up to 60 meters deep. Cobalt is used in the production of lithium-ion batteries.
Can you imagine the conditions down there?
Your electrical devices, like smartphones and laptops. And
doesn't
also
look
the
like they've got any
batteries in
protective
electric
equipment.
cars. But these miners, who are too poor to own laptops or smartphones, risk their lives for those who want them.
Yep.
Over the past year, there have been at least 80 fatalities in these mines. But we also spoke to people who said that many accidents aren't reported, and bodies are just left buried underground.
They don't have any basic tools, safety equipment, or protective clothing. Nor do they wear face masks to save them from a near-invisible poison.
Inhaling cobalt dust can be extremely dangerous. It can cause a fatal lung disease called hard metal lung disease.
It involves long hours and back-breaking labour for little reward. And for many, it's the only employment around.
Bon, quand je gagne un peu, je mets petit à petit. Parce que c'est une année de maquis. Après tout cet argent-là, je vais partir avec l'école.
This is the neighbourhood of Kazulo, in Kolwezi City, in the south of the DRC. Residents discovered cobalt here in 2014 and have since hand-dug hundreds of holes in the ground.
These mines are extremely dangerous because these miners aren't getting any support from the government. They don't have technical training. There aren't supports within these mines.
This region has the potential to be one of the world's richest mining areas. There are dozens of large industrial copper and cobalt mines, but most people live in poverty and scrabble around for a living. It isn't only adults who dig for cobalt. So too do children, earning as little as $2 a day, and they are ripe for exploitation.
The United Nations, which is based in the DRC, says that there are at least 40,000 children working in these artisanal mines in the southern part of the country. How many are working on cobalt as opposed to other minerals, we don't know, but it's clearly a very large problem.
Just arriving now at a place called Marlow. It's a lake where women, and we're told some children as well, wash the ore that comes out of the artisanal mines.
Youngsters like 13-year-old Charles do this because they can't go to school. Many make a charge to cover teachers' salaries, uniforms, or for learning materials. His father, Francois, says that it's hard even to get enough money to eat.
C'est pourquoi tupende kazi tu zaidi kama kutakuwa mashajima ya makazi nyingine.
It starts with the miners. They work for themselves or for, other miners, maybe wealthier miners or the landowner. After the mining, they fill up their sacks and then they put them on the back of cars or motorbikes and they take them to a market called Masompo. This is a market for minerals outside of the city of Kolwezi. Market where of individual.
Can you give me a second? done. Sorry, I'm just doing all the posting.
Trading houses owned by primarily Chinese businessmen and women.
The local traders sell most of the cobalt to a company called Congo Dongfang Mining, or CDM. It's a wholly owned subsidiary of one of China's largest mineral product manufacturers, Haiyo Cobalt. CDM has its own smelting operation, which processes the ore before exporting it to its parent company in China. Haiyo Cobalt sells its products to component firms in China and South Korea. Those companies sell their products to other battery manufacturers, with the final product, lithium-ion batteries, sold to household names in Japan, Europe and the USA, like Apple, Samsung, Microsoft, Sony and Volkswagen.
We believe that companies have a responsibility to ensure that they aren't in any way profiting from human rights abuses.
Responding to Amnesty's allegations, Haiyo Cobalt said,
"Our company has not been aware that any of our legitimate suppliers has hired child labour in their mining sites or operated in unsafe working conditions. CDM has rigorously selected its ore suppliers to ensure the procurement of raw materials through legitimate channels."
LG Chem, one of the world's largest battery manufacturers, confirmed it acquired component metals through this supply chain and says it's now taking active steps to investigate Amnesty's findings.
I don't believe you.
LG Chem supplies Apple with batteries.
Tapping, swiping and pinching have forever changed the way we navigate and experience our digital world.
And the technological giant only commented to us by addressing the broader question of due diligence, saying it was
currently evaluating dozens of different materials, including cobalt, in order to identify labour and environmental risks, as well as opportunities for Apple to bring about effective, scalable and sustainable change.
Sony
I don't believe you.
We take this issue seriously.
No, you don't.
We're conducting a fact-finding process. So far, we could not find obvious results that our products contain the cobalt originated from Katanga in the DRC.
Volkswagen said,
"To the best of our knowledge, the cobalt in our batteries does not originate from the DRC."
Samsung said it had no direct links to CDM or Haiyo Cobalt, adding,
"It is impossible for us to determine whether the cobalt supplied to Samsung SDI came from the DRC Katanga's mines."
Microsoft said,
"We have not traced the cobalt used in Microsoft products through our supply chain to the smelter level due to the complexity and resources required."
I don't give a fuck.
The simple
You are
answer is
Microsoft.
that Amnesty International can do it. They can do it.
Exactly.
Amnesty is now calling on Apple and other giant technology companies to properly investigate the original source of the cobalt in their...
Alright. Microsoft's income is $82.9 billion per year. Apple is $112 billion per year. What was the other one? Sony. 1.4 trillion yen, 9.6 billion per year. Volkswagen, arguably the largest car company on the planet, income of 321 billion euro per year. Yeah, you cunts can afford this. Fuck you.
Their products. If it is sourced from the DRC, they and the DRC government should ensure that children are removed from the mines and working conditions for everyone else are made safer.
Don't worry. Shared the video. Okay. So the article that was attached to this, the glamorous shop displays... let me change it over to this side. So I can... share the screen. What'd you do? You lost?
No, I bought a Spectre and then the fucking button to sell is right next to the fucking upgrade.
Oh no.
And I sold the Spectre I just bought. That's okay, I got it back.
Huge rip. Alright. It says, the glamorous shop displays and marketing of state-of-the-art technology are a stark contrast to the children carrying bags of rocks and miners in narrow man-made tunnels, risking permanent lung damage, says Mark Demet, business and human rights researcher at Amnesty International. Millions of people enjoy the benefits of new technology, but rarely ask how they are made. It is high time that big brands took some responsibility for the mining of the raw materials that make their lucrative products. The report documents how traders buy cobalt from areas where child labor is rife and sell it to the Dongfang Mining Company, a wholly owned subsidiary of Chinese mineral giant Hiyu Cobalt, which we saw in the video. Amnesty International investigation uses investor documents to show how the Cobalt Company and its subsidiary processed the cobalt before selling it to 3 battery component manufacturers in China and South Korea. In turn, they sell battery makers who claim to supply technologies to car companies, including Apple, Microsoft, Samsung, Sony, Daimler, and Volkswagen. So if we have a look at this, it would appear that if we track these lines here from Amnesty International, from the overarching company to the 3 things here, you can then see to which companies they go. So BYD sources from 2 different subsidiary companies, leading to 2 supply chains. And then on top of that, all of the Chinese EVs, including NIO, which is one of the ones that was highlighted in that ABC story, get their batteries from BYD, which is right here. Proving, once again, that Chinese EVs, specifically BYDs, are products of slavery. So, you know, you gotta pay attention to this shit, and this is why they should not be allowed in the global north. Because they do not have transparency of supply chains. It's different when the companies come from the global north. You can punish those companies yourself. Germany can punish those companies themselves. I'm pretty sure, did Germany implement a supply chain act?
Yes, they're the only country that has, to my knowledge.
Okay. Yes, okay, so the German Supply Chain Act, law requiring companies to protect human rights and environment. It targets companies with 1,000 or more employees, covers all steps of production from raw materials to end consumers, and faces potential political changes or replacement by broader EU rules. Fantastic. That's great. Just wish they would actually fucking implement it. It's been 3 fucking years. And this was released in 2016. Okay, that's great. But wow. This is a 10-year-old article still talking about how fucking BYD, even back then. Crazy.
Around 20 months. China has the most mature supply chain around the world regarding the EV cars. Means if you want to design a car, you want to build a car, you can find any parts you want in China. You do not need to go outside China.
This is the first EV Renault developed in China.
Yeah, you don't. Because they've already brought it back.
Smaller, cheaper, and designed to compete with a wave of Chinese imports to Europe. With subsidies in France, it could cost about 23,000 Australian dollars.
Because that now China is the most competitive market in the world. So you cannot run away. You cannot hide. You need to embrace it. Because like, if you don't embrace it, but you're competitive...
Unfucking believable. So the German Supply Chain Act has been actively used by workers and organizations, although the government has scaled back and eased enforcement and reporting rules. Thanks, Germany. Wonder if that's got anything to do with Israel.
Embrace it. You will lose. We don't want to lose. We need to win.
Look up Angela Merkel confetti.
What?
Just look it up. It's how I feel. Hearing that they lack supply chain acts.
Nothing came up.
Angela Merkel surprise party? Or maybe it's just a lady who looks like her.
Yeah, I can't find anything. Nothing's coming up. You'll have to find it.
We're back in Beijing, where this EV revolution
What's up, Beijing?
was planned. But
It's
in
Mao.
some ways,
I got a
it's been
picture of him.
victim of its own success.
Look.
In the last couple of years, prices were slashed
Boom.
after overproduction flooded the market and companies went bust.
Look at his adorable little photo.
It's locked. Oh no. I locked you out too. G'day, I'm Alison.
Hey, Alison.
I'm sorry, I locked you out.
No problem.
I'm still finding my way around this car, okay?
There's a lot going on.
Analyst Tu Le grew up in Detroit before a stint in Silicon Valley led him to China to work with local car makers.
There have been a lot of EV startups, for example, that have gone bust here in China. Why is that?
Well,
volume.
Is it government incentives
Scamming.
drying up, or is this just natural
Bunch of stuff.
competition?
I think that most people would argue that not enough of them have broken up. Last year, the Chinese government kind of had to intervene because the level of competition here is so intense. So not many Chinese EV companies are profitable. And so it would be healthier for the industry for more of these companies, poor performing companies, to go out of business.
Okay.
But that also creates the pressure to export.
When you look at China, how has it built itself to be an EV society?
The fact of the matter is the Chinese market,
looks like
I think,
Angela
I want to say over 80.
Might not be.
It came up when I looked up Angela Merkel, but...
Oh, please tell me they get her in the face. That is awesome.
%of all vehicles sold in China are under 300,000 RMB or under $45,000. So most of these brands that you'll see on the streets, they live in the mass market. And, I think that's one of the big reasons adoption has been so high, not only through the government encouragement and investment, but also because they've made, companies like BYD have made them very, very affordable.
Can you see a scenario in the future where everyone is driving an EV, where combustion cars are no longer a thing?
I do.
It's never going to happen.
I think that 50, 60 years from now, we're going to look at this last period of time, 10, 15 years, as some of the most innovative in the transportation history, full stop.
Hey, racing.
Now, a car story wouldn't be complete if I didn't track down the local rev heads.
You can't call them rev
On
heads.
this suburban Beijing racetrack,
They're
where
driving
everyone's
EVs.
driving a Xiaomi EV, I'm about to do some hot laps. There's already
I'm
been
a race
smash
car
today,
driver.
and hearing car
I press
club's
pedal,
pulse firing up
car go
isn't
forward.
filling me with confidence.
记住，我提醒多少遍了？我知道车损是你们自己的，
Bro, it's racing. What are you talking about?
Ying isn't your typical hoon.
Why do you come out here and do this racing?
Did she just call race drivers hoons? Fuck you.
他的东西，我只想征服它。就是我觉得这个第一是让我很有成就感，第二就是速度带来的那个生态宣说的那个。
Like, how do you not put the two together and not understand that racetracks allow people who want to use their cars to use their fucking cars? You come from a country that actively shuts down racetracks and demonizes people for using their fucking cars. Are you serious?
那个。 爆发，我觉得会让人很舒适。
All right, can you take me for
Where's the sheriff?
可以啊 ，OK， 好的。
Look, I rate this. I rate having a local racetrack that you can just go down to and fuck around in. This is in the middle of Beijing. That's great.
An hour in this machine.
She's not shifting any gears. This is not racing.
Only 2 years ago, Xiaomi was just a tech company.
It still is just a tech company.
Phones and robot vacuum cleaners. Now they build one of the quickest cars on the planet.
That was amazing, but terrifying.
我觉得挺自豪的，就是我们能完全，我们能以50几万的价格，然后开上这样一款车，然后这到1500匹，以前可能是那个布加迪的。
Yeah, this car is only available in China, and it's only like a upper class rich person car, by the way.
就是它至少是要几千万的，我们现在以%。
Also, just because it's fast does not make it an equivalent to a Bugatti. That is an absurd statement.
1的价格，然后开上了跟它性能差不多的一款车。
Like, the Bugattis are an expression of raw fucking mechanical power. It is not a comparison. Like, Bugattis are literally made to be the, like, ultimate expression of performance.
Wherever I go in China, there's an enormous sense of pride in this homegrown industry. China is no longer just the manufacturing workhorse of the world. Now, it's the designer, innovator and leader.
Oh shit. Holy fuck. I didn't know that. Rimac is a Bugatti subsidiary. And Rimac makes
China
some fucking...
is cool now. Everyone is in a...
We'll get to this. So the Rimac... It now makes sense why this car exists the way it does. This is a Bugatti. And an EV. So, let's check. Rimac. Navara versus... Hey, that's not bad. Damn. Yeah, the Rimac shits all over this car. Not surprised at all. Alright. I had some other videos here that I wanted to look at. Yeah, I want to watch this one. That's a good start.
This is Vice.
Yeah, it's not a Vice story, it's just the footage I'll skip. Man, they really planned that footage, huh?
Their heads, they're chanting, "Jews will not replace us." Blood and Soil 17. A Friday night in Charlottesville, Virginia. Hundreds of men, mostly young, mostly white, dressed in khaki pants and white polo shirts, marched through the campus of the University of Virginia with tiki torches raised above their heads. They're chanting, "Jews will not replace us." Blood and soil. Some of them are throwing the Roman salute, and this is happening in America in 2017.
Didn't Mussolini literally call it that for reasons to like for like state secession reasons? They're like, oh, it's a Roman salute. Was it Mussolini or Hitler?
It's called the Roman salute because in a movie it was depicted as a salute.
The straight arm gesture, which was originally named the Saluto Romano by Italian nationalist poet and politician Gabriele D'Annunzio. D'Annunzio popularized the term and political gesture during his occupation of Fiume in 1919, after which it was adopted by Mussolini's Italian fascists and later by the Nazi Party in Germany. So it wasn't Mussolini, but it was an Italian fascist. And it definitely was not Roman.
The next day, it gets worse. A car drives into a crowd of counter-protesters. A 32-year-old woman named Heather Heyer dies. Dozens more are injured. And here's the thing that most people kind of glossed over when they were watching this unfold on their phones.
Hour?
These guys didn't just appear out of nowhere. They didn't wake up that morning and decide to march. They were organized.
Now it's
they
40
had
minutes.
Leadership structures. They had channels and servers and websites. They had funding. They had an entire digital...
Huh?
I want to watch this.
Things that could derail this, like a massive...
I had to find a better... the audio is shit on this one. We're gonna look at fascist shit.
Okay.
And people who Roman salute.
I mean, that was about how this politics took over the internet, but that's fine. I'll save it for Wednesday.
Really, it won't be transporting things to space as SpaceX is now doing. What will your companies be doing?
Could be louder.
And how will they make money?
Well, you can really think of the economy.
Oh, we should look at the Unfuck America tour platforming
and
Nazis.
Intelligence.
If we're going to be doing this.
So, what we have right now advancing very rapidly is digital intelligence, obviously, with AI that is...
Are you doing challenge modes?
Well, almost with every passing week.
I'm doing whatever gets me money.
It can do something amazing that it couldn't do before. But it's still somewhat confined to the digital realm. It doesn't have end effectors. You need the end effectors in form of humanoid robotics. You need basically lots of bots, in a nutshell. You need lots of bots. And then you can go from intelligence manifesting itself only digitally to shaping atoms. And you say, what is an economy? An economy is the production of goods and provision of services. And if you have vast numbers of robots with vast amounts of digital intelligence, you have a sort of a quasi-infinite economy. So this is really the future is going to be very, very different from the past. There's no analogy or metaphor that I think illustrates the magnitude of change that we're going to experience here.
I understand that, and I'm also trying to kind of figure out what that world will look like. But
I think it'll be good. It's going to be pretty incredible.
Yeah, we'll also there are some
okay, whatever you say, bro.
We'll come to those, but just on how then you make money, because in the end people are buying your shares because they expect you to make money. Do you sell
I'll
robots?
make another prediction. Money won't matter in 2036.
I'm not sure that the people who bought your shares think that money won't matter in 2036.
Well, what do you want money for? You want money for goods and services, right? You want money for obviously food, housing, transport, entertainment. Well, if that is so abundant that there's more, that the robots and AI are providing more goods and services than any human could possibly consume, what do you need money for in that case?
But you're creating these robots. Are you
I guess
then
between
selling?
now and then you'll need money, sure.
Are you selling these robots? Are you selling humanoid robots, or are you producing goods and services with the humanoid robots that you control? Like, are you the Levi Strauss?
I think I would probably be. It would be an exercise in vanity for me to think that I would be controlling super genius AI that is vastly smarter than me. I think what we can and should try to do is to make sure that the AI has good values, that it cares about humanity, and that it wants us to be happy and prosper. I think it probably will be. What my biological neural net tells me is that the most important thing for AI safety is to be maximally truth-seeking and curious. If that's the case, I think it will foster humanity.
So let's unpack that. You're sure that humans will no longer be in control in 10 years' time?
I think it is unlikely. In the same way that if the difference in intelligence between AI and humans is vastly greater than the difference in intelligence between AI and chimpanzees, it's hard to imagine that the chimpanzees would be in charge.
I'm really
and
struck
we are
by this.
essentially an evolved form of
You're
chimpanzee.
a chimpanzee.
So it wasn't that long ago that we were swinging through the trees, eating bananas in the jungle. And we still eat bananas,
You
by the way.
are retarded.
Sometimes swing through trees as well.
Yes, sometimes swing through trees is kind of fun.
When you
It's
what?
Sort of, reminiscent of the past. For all time's
It's
sake,
because I
swing
did
through trees
post.
once in a while. Probably, there should be more swinging through trees. I bet it's way more fun than people think.
I'm with you on that. I'm definitely with you on swinging through trees. I love swinging through trees. But I'm really struck listening to you say this now, because I've been listening to a bunch of things that you've said over the years.
Yeah.
And 10 years ago, you were on a podcast, I think it was with Neil deGrasse Tyson, and you said that the thing that terrified you most was rapid recursive self-improvement in AIs.
Yes.
And that you said, and it really struck with me, you said that we will just be the pet Labradors at the best.
Well,
then. Now you see...
Labradors are pretty happy creatures, that's my experience.
But in 2023, you asked for a slowdown in AI because you were worried about it.
Well, I signed on to, as one of many, like 500 people. I was just, one of many signatories on that thing.
But I think even last year you said, I don't know, where was it, Ted Cruz's podcast, you said there was a 10 to 20% chance of killer robots wiping out humanity.
Yes.
So you sounded worried then. Now you seem very relaxed about it. Have you changed your view?
I still think there's risk associated with AI and robots. It's not zero. I guess I've come to my sort of philosophical conclusion is to look on the bright side. I can't see any way to really stop this incredible momentum of AI and robots. And at times I sort of think, well, perhaps, even if there was a stop button, we probably shouldn't press it because the most likely outcome is incredible abundance for all.
That's what I thought, actually. It struck me that now you seem to have decided it's inevitable. Let's hope for the best and go for the ride.
Yeah, I mean, yes, pretty much. Let's enjoy the ride. Is I think my philosophy at this point. Because I mean, honestly, there seems to be just an inexorable progress here in AI and in robots. That even if I wanted to stop it, I couldn't.
Do you think there's still a 10 to 20% chance that killer robots mean the end of humanity? That's a high P-doom, as they say.
Well, in the long run, we're all dead, of course. So I mean, like according to the standard model of physics, the end of the universe is a long, boring, sort of thin, grey soup of gradual cooling. Meaning it's sort of the heat death of the universe is called. So now if the heat death of the universe
isn't coming, shut the fuck up, bozo.
It really is all about the journey. Because
the heat death of the universe. Shut up!
Yeah, I get that, but that could be a long way ahead.
Very long way.
And you're basically saying,
very long
shut the fuck up!
I'll be back.
Would you go into one of your rockets if you thought there was a 10 to 20% chance of it blowing up and killing you?
Yes, but let's say you can't do anything about it. Okay. I guess the only thing we can try to do is minimize the probability of the bad outcome. But trying to stop the intelligence in robots, I mean, for the longest time, I declined to participate in AI, or which created OpenAI as essentially a counterweight to Google, because at the time they had more or less a monopoly on AI. And then Anthropic spun out of OpenAI. And if anything, it seems like what my actions have really accelerated AI. I wasn't really aiming to accelerate AI, but in creating OpenAI and then having Anthropic spin out of that, and now currently Anthropic's the leader in AI. I mean, these actions have actually resulted in knock-on effects that accelerated AI, which wasn't really my intention. So it just seems like all roads lead to acceleration of AI. So then I'm like, okay, well, you can just sort of be sad about it or join the club, I suppose.
Well, you've certainly joined the club.
Yeah.
You've definitely joined the club. But
you can't beat them, join them,
Well, you've clearly done that and very successfully. But what about trying to minimize the risks? And, a number of the other leaders of model makers have been pushing for different ways to try and minimize the risks. Just last week, Demis Hassabis came out with a proposal for a private-public regulator. I think you said it was a good starting point for discussions, I think. Do you think you guys should be working more actively to get something in place to control the risks, or do you think that's impossible too?
My recommendation to Demis, because I talked to him for a few hours before he published his piece, was that the most immediate thing that we could do is to have the leading AI companies at least just meet. We'll have some sort of call once every few weeks and just discuss any safety and security issues, and that before a breakthrough, sort of a new frontier model is released, something that sort of is far more intelligent than anything that already exists, that there's an opportunity for the various competing AI companies to test that model for any harmful effects, and to be able to recommend pausing to address some of these security issues. I think that's sort of the easy, quick thing that we can do, and it can evolve to more than that over time. But that I think would be a smart move.
But why haven't you done that yet? I mean, there's like 5 of you, right? I mean, everyone knows the first name,
exactly.
Dario, Demis, Sam. I mean, you don't all like each other very much.
Yeah,
but you're not all. I mean, you're also all competing, right? You all want to be first.
Yes, but that's where I think the competitors can keep each other honest. So meaning like if I think it's quite difficult for someone in the government who doesn't have a deep technical understanding and isn't driving the frontier of AI to know whether something should be released or not. However, the competitors, I think, can, if given sort of a week or two to review a new model, can highlight issues and have an incentive to keep all the competitors have an incentive to keep the others honest.
Do you have enough trust between you to do that? I mean, you don't much like each other. Wouldn't Sam Altman just think you're going to nick all his ideas if you did that?
Well, we're just talking about a week. Honestly, I think as little as a week is all that would be needed for private testing. It's not to hand over the AI. It's just to test it.
Have you proposed this?
Yeah, just to test it via an API or something. I think that would probably be a good thing to do.
But have you proposed it? I mean, you could presumably organize that.
That's what I suggested to Demis, and I guess I'll talk to Daria about it too. There's also, of course, some very competent Chinese AI companies. There's several that are very good. The new Kimi model.
Kimi K3, yeah, the one that came out last week, it's almost as good as Fable, right?
Well, I think realistically, Fable is still clearly the smartest model. I think anyone realistically would say that that's still the case. But the Kimi model is getting quite close to Fable. Now, Anthropic had Mythos, from which Fable is derived. I think they had that ready in February. So they've got what they call, I'm not sure what they call it, but Mythos 2 or Fable 6 or something much better than what they had in February. They almost certainly have. Not almost certainly. They certainly have right now. So, and I think they could release it at any time.
Just before we get on to releasing, how do you think about the Chinese models and the geopolitics of it? Are you worried about the Chinese catching up and getting ahead?
Given that the Chinese AI companies are doing as well as they are with a relatively small amount of compute, it seems that if they had a lot of compute, there's a good chance that they would be the leaders. And at some point, they probably will have a lot of compute.
So they will be the leaders.
There's a good chance that they are the leaders at some point. You can think of like the constraints on AI are essentially electricity and AI chips. And then for physical AI, the robots. China's also got some very good robot companies. In fact, they have these like robot sporting events. I don't know if you've seen some of them.
In Beijing, I saw the robots.
Well, and then they have this sort of like a boxing match or a fighting match with the robots, which is quite entertaining. And I saw some video of a robot that got its head knocked off, kept fighting, even with its head knocked off. In fact, I think the robot battles are going to be quite entertaining to watch.
We already have that.
But just
it's called BattleBots.
China's very strong on robots, very strong on digital AI, and if you look at electricity production, you say like AI is a function of whatever the limiting factor is. If it's chips or electricity, China has far more electricity than the United States. In fact, China has more electricity than the United States, Europe, and India combined already, and is heading to, and my guess is China gets to 4 times the electricity production of the US, which is roughly proportionate to the population.
What should the US government do about this? I mean, if you presumably it is a little alarming if you have an authoritarian regime far ahead in the most powerful technology. And clearly what the US government's been trying to do is, with the export controls and so forth, keep China back. Do you think they should ban the use of K3, Kimi K3, for example?
Well, the U.S. government can't. They can pass some law that prevents U.S. companies from using Chinese models, but they can't stop the rest of the world from using them. So it's not like the U.S. government has authority over China or the rest of the world.
Do you think they should stop U.S. companies from using them? There's talk of that right now, right?
I don't think that helps.
Why is the French fascist lady interviewing
China from
Elon
being the
Musk?
leader in AI? Really, it's for digital intelligence. It comes down to how much AI compute do you have, how many chips do you have, and how much power do you have, how much electricity do you have. So the constraint right now, I think, is actually slightly more on power and cooling than it is on AI chips, because the power demands of the AI chips are very, very high. We'll talk about water demands, but really the water usage of AI is negligible, or almost nothing. But the electrical demand is very high.
That's why you're thinking of orbital data centers, presumably.
Yes, the constraint for any AI chips not being turned on in China is electricity and power and cooling, and the electrical equipment and everything. The rate at which AI chips are being made exceeds the rate at which new electricity is coming online.
In China?
Outside of China.
Outside China, I see, yeah.
And since China, the U.S. has banned the export of the latest AI chips to China, China is somewhat chip-starved.
But they are becoming much more efficient at using the chips that they have, and that one of the striking things of Kimi K3, right, is that how efficiently they...
And China is also, I think, closer than most people realize to solving the lithography problem, which would enable them to make AI chips at very large volumes. So I think there's, this shouldn't evolve into just a China conversation, but so the current constraint is electricity outside of China. In China, the constraint is chips. Once we address the power constraint with AI data centers in space, then the constraint will once again be chips outside of China.
That suggests to me that you need China and the US, if you're going to have some overall safety constraints, that they will need to work together. If you are going to try and you suggested, the 5 model makers here working.
Probably it should include the Chinese companies that are doing frontier AI models too.
And do you think governments need to be involved?
My recommendation would be that if some of the
BattleBots
leading
still
companies in AI say that this a new model is very dangerous,
it's probably just YouTube,
then they should inform the government. And
you can go see it live in Vegas.
And that's
fucking awesome.
The company producing that model is not taking steps
I'd much
to
rather
address the danger.
go see BattleBots. Like, we've literally had remote control robots fighting each other for decades.
To limit
the Chinese one with the humanoid one sucks.
Two of the same types of robots. Well, BattleBots
and that could be
still
action
have
by the
like
Chinese government or action by the U.S. government.
Different,
unique designs.
It's really just
and sometimes it's like they'll throw stuff in there that's just like really shitty.
I guess people would be worried about relying on
my favorite one is the one with
to decide
the hook.
Whether to do this. Look at what the U.S. government has done with Mythos.
Yeah, I think that was Grant Imahara's.
Because they were worried
it has like a little ramp, so you
Dead
get under it and then you
dead flow. Yeah, that was Grant Imahara's robot.
Prevent
of course it was.
Release of this model. I find it hard to see how governments will not want to keep that power.
Like robotics was better before AI.
No, I
think they should have that power. But it wasn't as though someone in the government figured out that Mythos had some scary cybersecurity risks. It was Amazon. Amazon highlighted this, and Amazon called the White House.
So you'd have a system where the model makers would check each other's work. If there was something that worried them, you'd tell the government.
Yeah.
The government would then think. Okay.
If there's something else was worrisome,
companies regulate themselves. What's the worst that could go wrong?
Then that would be the moment.
Great idea, Elon.
And take action, which is literally what
how soon does all this have to happen?
Well, I think it'd be good to do that. I think immediately, really.
Yeah, that's what people keep telling me. We have to get this some kind of system in the next 6 months because of the pace at which the models are improving.
Yeah, 6 months is a long time.
I know. Crash it all.
So you think shorter than that?
Fuck it all.
Well, I mean, there's so many AI breakthrough announcements. Sometimes
of a guy who just walks up to a flat camera with a shotgun.
A lot.
I lost track.
Yeah, a lot.
That's awesome.
So you basically, whether it's Demis's proposal or others, you need to get together and get this set up kind of now, it sounds like you're telling me.
Yeah, I would recommend that we at least have some sort of informal weekly or bi-weekly call, and that there's maybe a week or 2 weeks of early access by competitors. And this is why I think the incentives work, is because if competing companies, I think, are likely to understand if something is a security risk, and they're not going to be shy about highlighting that their competitors' models should be delayed in release. I think the incentive structure does work quite well there, and if this is sort of how it works with the Motion Picture Association. It's an industry group that decides how movies should be rated, whether it's appropriate for young children or
it has
or
nothing
not.
to do with the movie industry, and it's a
seems to
super
work quite
secretive
well.
group of like prodigal fucking Christian mom.
And then you really just ask the government to intervene if a company is doing something very dangerous and refuses to take action.
Instead, maybe he should have fucking said the ESRB, which is much different because the ESRB came out ahead of the government regulations. The video game industry says, hey, if we start regulating ourselves, we'll prevent the government from regulating us. And that's why the ESRB was designed. Which is much better of an example of what he wants to fucking prove. And you would think such an elite gamer would cite that as an example.
To reduce the danger.
Do you think this is a tricky one, but you guys don't much like each other and you don't much trust each other. You're insulting each other on social media constantly. So do you think you can do that with people that you dislike, that where there seems to be such kind of personal vitriol between some of these leaders?
Yes. Well, I'm not a
See,
fan
you're
of
kind
Sam
of a
Altman
cunt.
because if you started a nonprofit that was meant
people
to
don't
be
like
an
you.
open source AI company and owned by the world, and it somehow got turned into an $800 billion for-profit company with closed source, I think you'd be like, well, wait a second, that's the exact opposite of what I donated the money for. That's my issue. I think it's a legitimate one. And then Dario, I think, also is not a fan of Sam Altman because he felt... in fact, the reason the Anthropic team left OpenAI is because they didn't trust Sam Altman. Otherwise, Anthropic wouldn't exist. They would still be at OpenAI. I think Dario is a very principled person. He cares about things a lot. Cares about the future of the world, and I think everyone I've met at Anthropic so far has been... I'm like, no one set off my evil detector. They always seem
yes,
like they're well-intentioned.
Your evil detector is something that I trust, that's for sure.
And the road to hell is, I think, mostly paved with bad intentions. There are a few well-intentioned paving stones in there, so we don't want to be complacent. But at the end of the day, if we have to talk, we'll talk. I mean, set aside our personal differences for the good of the world type of thing.
Well, that's a very good thing for the rest of us to hear.
Yeah.
Can we turn to one other risk that people worry about, particularly, I think, ordinary Americans, where AI has become incredibly unpopular. 75% of people are worried about it, and I think they worry about their jobs. And if you look at, Dario has said famously, 50% of entry-level white-collar jobs will be gone within a few years. You're building humanoid robots.
Yes, he also said, Dario did dig his own grave here regarding Mythos, because he said, Mythos is like super scary, terrifying, and also, by the way, we're going to release it. And then he's like, what do you mean? So I think I think probably in the future we'll choose his words differently.
But what's
because
your
obviously, if you terrify everyone and then say, "Oh, we're releasing this terrifying thing," people will obviously be alarmed about that. You know, you've literally told them to be scared, and then you release the scary thing, and so they will be scared. That is natural.
So I certainly don't want you to alarm people, but I do think there is a really important debate about how quickly and to what degree AIs displace people from jobs, because it is, as you say, if in 10 years there's more intelligence, artificial intelligence than any human intelligence.
Yes.
And if you are, you're ahead of everyone.
He says it like Jerry.
Powering humanoid robots.
You know that girl?
That's also going to be kind of factory work.
Tries to.
So are you closer to Dario, let's say, in your sense of the pace at which jobs are going to be displaced?
No.
Like one of the biggest content creators in the world. What do you mean they don't know who Jerry is? Can't believe you.
Burger.
Oh, this
Big
girl.
Mac.
Big
What is
Mac.
this called?
Hamburger.
McSpicy chicken filet burger.
McSpicy
What is
chicken.
this called?
Blah, blah, blah. What?
Pan grilled chicken sandwich.
Pan grilled.
What is this called?
Sandwich. Who knows?
Double cheeseburger.
Double cheeseburger.
What is this called?
I don't know.
McChicken.
McChicken.
What is this called?
Hamburger.
Filet-O-fish.
Filet-O-fish.
What is this called?
I don't know.
Sausage and beef burger.
Sausage
What is
and
this
beef
called?
burger. I don't know.
BLT double beef burger.
BLT.
What is this called?
What?
Thick and...
We've got to find one where she says yes. When she gets them right, she always goes yes.
What is this called?
Apple.
Apple.
Yeah.
What is this called?
Banana.
Banana. What is this called?
Orange.
Orange.
Yeah.
What is this called?
Lemon.
Lemon. What is this called? Lime. What is this called?
Grape.
Grape. What is this called?
Plum.
Plum. What is this called?
See right there, the yes.
Powering humanoid robots. That's also going to
Very
be
funny.
kind of.
I haven't seen her
work.
pop up on my
So
Instagram for a while.
Are you closer to Dario, let's
'Cause you're
say,
not
in your
cool.
sense of the pace at which
Sure.
jobs are going to be displaced?
I do think it's going to be a bumpy road, because AI will be able to do any job better than any person can do that job. And that will be true very quickly of jobs that are digital, or really anything that involves a person at a computer or on a phone. AI could do all of that. We'll be able to do all of that very soon. I mean, for software engineering, we already have a situation where AI is better than at least 90% of humans at writing software. 90% of professional software engineers at writing software. And I mean, really, it's getting to the point where it'll be better than 99%, and then it'll get to the point where there's just no way to compete. It'll get to what I call stockfish level. So, stockfish.
Okay,
So,
yeah,
stockfish is the chess program
Yeah.
that stockfish is so good at chess that it will easily beat Magnus Carlsen or anyone at chess even running on a small computer. I suspect that you could probably run stockfish on your phone, and beat Magnus Carlsen. That's how good it is at chess. And that's how good AI will be at writing software.
And beyond software? Beyond...
And that applies to everything.
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 But what about you for physical jobs, for assembly jobs, you will also need the capability in humanoid robots, which so far isn't there yet, is it?
Right. So that's why I said digital AI and then physically manifested AI in the form of robots, where the robot is more or less an end effector. It would have some amount of local intelligence, but be managed by a large AI model. And I've said many times, I think work is going to be optional. So, so I think maybe a good comparison would be gardening. Like, you don't have to garden. You don't have to grow vegetables in your garden. You can go to the store, and they're going to be pristine vegetables, or you could grow vegetables in your garden, and they will actually be less perfect. Your tomatoes are not going to be as plump and juicy as the ones at the store. They'll look a little artisanal. But if you go to a friend's house and they make dinner it's with vegetables from their garden, it's a nice touch.
So that's
this is what work is going to be like.
I get that. I mean,
Yeah.
in that world, I would be hopeless because I can't garden to save my life. But I get the idea. People still like playing chess with each other, even though
They do.
every computer's better. But let's just
This
think
dude
about the politics.
doesn't
of
know
this.
shit about
Because
vegetables.
you're describing a world where within 10 years, pretty much every job can be done better by an intelligence. And
Yes.
you're seeing huge returns to this intelligence. Two people like you're the wealthiest man in the world. What people who lose their jobs, who are displaced, who may go off and garden, but how are they going to live? And what kind of, I mean, it sounds to
It's
me
going
like
to be universal high income.
but how are you going to get there? Let's talk about the politics of
Sure.
this, because right now, if we look at the political pressures in most countries, people are very, very worried about this, very against it. I mean, it seems to me that there's a risk that you're heading more for revolution than for an easy route to this nirvana you're playing
Yeah,
out.
that's exactly what's happening.
It will be
And they're
a
gonna get
bumpy
eaten.
road. I'm not suggesting it will be sort of that everything will be smooth sailing here. So, I mean, there are many jobs that used to exist that don't exist because of computers. I mean, the word
Remember
computer
when
used to refer
horses
to a
used to have
person
jobs?
doing computations. Like, that used to be a job description of a person. And you can see pictures online of buildings that have entire skyscrapers just filled with people doing calculations to do things like calculate the interest on your bank balance. This is how things were done for a long time until computers came around. And even in the beginning, computers were very expensive and hard to use. So the thing that's different here is that the pace of change is radically accelerated. So, but still, people, some people were upset that their job of calculating bank interest would no longer be available. But now I think
but those people were black women, so nobody gave a shit.
That job. So I think I have a suggestion for, say science fiction books people might want to read to get a sense of what the future will be like. And the best envisioning of an AI future that I've read are the books by Ian Banks, the culture books.
I'm just reading Accession. So
Yes.
I've thanks to you, I've started reading these. But
And I have to
actually
say,
don't find
they're
that
quite
future
shit.
A terribly appealing one, because I don't think humans have agency in that future.
They have agency.
Minimal compared to
in
the
their
minds.
small way.
But the irony, I mean, Ian Banks, as you know, was a socialist. Ian Banks had a very different political philosophy.
I'm not sure I would entirely agree with that.
Let's agree that that could be where we end up. I'm concerned
Yeah.
about the road, and we live in democracies, and people are very worried about this. So I guess two questions. Firstly, do you have to have massive redistribution from people like you to the people who are losing their jobs? Do you need to pay more tax? Do you have much higher taxes on capital so that you fund some kind of universal income? Otherwise, what do people live off?
I think the Treasury should just simply issue people checks. Well,
but where's the revenue coming from? I mean, I'm enough of an economist. If you just issue checks, you're going to have inflation.
This is like a lot of what we're trying to think about is these things were relevant in the past. They will not be relevant in the future. So, like inflation is simply the ratio of money to goods and services. So, if the goods and services output increases dramatically, if it increases, 1,000%, you can literally print, or these days change the database. It's not print money. You create money in the database, provided the creation of that money is less than the rate at which goods and services increase. You actually have deflation. So I'll make a prediction, which is that deflation will be the issue, not inflation.
Sure.
Because as the output of goods and services increases, if the output of goods and services increases faster than the money supply, you will have deflation.
I'm perfectly willing to believe that. You may well be right. Yeah, you may well be right. But I'm really hung up on how we get from the current polarized, angry, fearful policy we have now to this nirvana. And I think you can paint a picture where people are so scared by this, they essentially try to stop it. Maybe they can't, but you get nationalized. There's a kind of, far left government. There's exorbitant tax increases. The kind of economy crumbles because people are so worried about a future, which does sound quite scary as you describe it. So how do you handle the politics now?
It's exhilarating and terrifying.
But if you were in the exactly.
Honestly, and if you ask me on any given day, I in fact, even intraday, I've gone from exhilaration to terror regarding AI.
And
so I want to be clear.
I'm
not sort of some, I'm not trying to be sort of candide here and just be some, everything's wonderful, some Panglossian view of the world where everything's going to be great, no risk. I'm saying there is some risk.
I think we agree on that. I guess I'm trying to be more sort of small bore and practical.
Elon Musk
and
be like, imagine
what
vegetable.
can be done now to limit those risks. And you gave a very strong argument for what you and your fellow model makers could do. What should governments do?
I think it probably would be good for us to coordinate and just highlight issues that we see in each other's models to mitigate downside risk.
But what should you be paying more tax to fund more transfer programs?
Well, first of all, I do pay a lot of tax.
Shut up.
So
I hope you die. How about that?
I set a record for the most amount of taxes ever paid by
a
human.
That's also because you're the world's richest man.
Well, even before that. So, my guess is that I will pay many trillions in tax, and I'm fine with that. So,
doubt it.
Yeah, that's just the way it's going to be. But I don't think in a future where money is relevant, I think taxation also becomes somewhat irrelevant.
And what about giving people a sense that they have a share in the upside?
Sure.
Giving people shares in SpaceX and Tesla. Do you think and there's a lot of talk about this right now.
Well, one of the reasons I took SpaceX public is so that the public could participate.
Exorbitant amounts of money
they could own
while my stock crashed and transfer the wealth from the poor to the rich.
Limited in the number of shareholders we're allowed to have before going public. So as a public company, we can have millions of shareholders. As a private company, we're limited to just a few thousand shareholders. So
do you think there should be distribution of shares? Like, the Alaska Wealth Fund is there for, could you imagine a world, and some people talk about the Trump accounts being a kind of vehicle for this, that a share of your equity goes to ordinary Americans?
Right. Well, in the taxes that I pay, I mean, I'll so for my stock options, I pay 40%.
Don't care.
Income tax on a national basis. And then because I spend
more,
I don't know, about 30% of my time in California, thereabouts, I pay another sort of roughly a third of the California state taxes, which are now around 15%. So I pay about 45% in taxes, just so people know this. I don't know. It's roughly half. Mm-hmm. Then when I die, there'll be another
not soon enough
45%, roughly half that will be taxed. So at the end of the day, I'll have a quarter of whatever I have. But I think the only thing it gives me is that for some period of time, I would have control of the direction of the companies. So it's not that's pretty much all it gets me. And until I guess the AI is so smart that it's in charge, and at that point, controlling companies won't really matter.
Well, let's talk about that, because I think one of the other things that worries people about the direction we're heading in, and I'm going to caricature it, but people think that the direction of the world is being shaped by a very small number of incredibly powerful people, and you are right at the top of that list.
So what else is? But is this different from the past?
I agree with you. I think it was like that.
when wasn't that the case?
It was ever thus, but
it was ever thus. Exactly.
It is as you've described very vividly. It's an incredibly rapid change. And so let's start with control of your company, which you definitely have now. After the IPO, you have 80% odd of voting shares, and as I understand it, you can only be removed by a vote of shares which you yourself control. So tell me if I'm wrong, but I think you can go
there's a few
crazy.
Companies in that bucket, by the way. The AI companies, like Google's in that bucket. Alphabet is controlled by Larry and Sergey.
But I think yours is more extreme. The inability
it's the same level. They have voting control of that company. Mark Zuckerberg has control of the matter, and Mark is trying very hard on the AI front, and I think probably will also have a leading AI. I think he released one last week. So I think he'll be one of the, Meta will be one of the AI companies.
But is it sensible for one person to have so much control over a company?
I really just need to make sure that I can focus on long-term. By long-term, I just mean in the 5 to 10 years. So one of the challenges with being a public company is that the sort of the pressure to have great results every single quarter, but and to not really invest in things that may only pay off in 5 to 10 years. And in the case of SpaceX, I want to extend consciousness beyond Earth, and
oh my God, he's
and
still
have
on the
a
ship.
Growing civilization on the moon, Mars, and elsewhere in the solar system. The return, I think ultimately this would have a very high return on investment, but in the short term, we'll be spending all this money on a moon base and a Mars base, and then people are like, I'm going to get all this pressure for like, well, you missed your earnings this quarter because you spent too much on Mars. I'm like, yes. By the way, that was in the S1 prospectus, and it's literally listed as a thing we will do. So we did. So, but they still get grumpy about these things, because they're like, well, you had whatever, you said your gross margin would be this, and it's actually slightly worse, and now we're going to punish you, and the short sellers will descend upon you, and you get a lot of pressure.
You're
in the public
going to get
market.
a lot of that.
Yeah, so I just need some way to sort of, say like, listen, guys, we're going to focus on 5 to 10 year or longer time horizon investments. This will depress our short-term earnings, but if you take a long-term view, and there are investors, we have many investors that do take a long-term view. In fact, I'm a big fan of the retail investors. In fact, I find our retail investors, on balance, they're very insightful, and have very long-term views. But part of this comes, you say, what's the incentive structure? For portfolio managers, it's sort of understandable why they put so much pressure on quarterly earnings, because their compensation and and whether they get promoted or not is dependent on how their portfolio does, and they only have a few years to make these decisions, and then they're evaluated based on those decisions over the course of sometimes only a year or less, and so since they're under pressure to have immediate returns, they then put companies under pressure to have immediate returns. So once you understand the incentive structure, the behavior naturally follows.
What about, though, key man risk? I mean, what happens, heaven forbid, but what happens if you get run over by the proverbial bus tomorrow? It is, you have total control over these companies. Do you have a plan for how they would progress without you?
I think they would actually do very well for several years, and there's a clear roadmap or space map. I should say.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
And there's a roadmap, actually, for Tesla. So I think there's
make comedy legal again.
Apple after Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs
legalize comedy.
He had a strategic vision and a bunch of products that he had ideas for, and Apple has done very well.
What's wrong with bro's hair?
But
nobody's
when
hair
you
is
don't
wrong.
have a creative genius like
I don't know.
Steve Jobs,
He's got hair plugs.
You don't.
That's true. Elon does have hair
What
plugs.
you miss, what Apple's missing, are the incredible breakthrough products.
Yeah.
So they make amazing phones, great computers, but Apple hasn't come up with a sort of Steve Jobs level breakthrough product.
So by analogy, that's what you bring to all of your companies. You mentioned Mars. Most people think of you as the man who wants to, create a colony on Mars, so we have multi-planetary civilization.
I've been saying that for such a long time.
You have, but now you seem more focused on AI and what AI will do in the next 10 years. And you sound much more excited about using the moon as a base from which to, pop out orbital AI satellites. Have you shifted your attention away from Mars, or are you as interested in colonizing Mars as you ever were?
I'm interested in the set of actions that propagate consciousness into the future to the maximum degree possible, so that the future light cone of consciousness is as big as we could, like that. There's an exciting future where we're a spacefaring civilization out there among the stars, and the great things that are envisioned in the non-dystopian sci-fi books and movies become real one day. I sort of want the Star Trek, Star Wars future. The Star Wars was the first movie I ever saw in a theater, by the way.
Really?
Yes, probably maybe it had a profound effect on me, I suppose. So I remember it blew my mind, honestly. I think I was 6 years old, and I was like, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen.
Has your life been about making that happen?
Yeah, I didn't think it would be, but when I was young. But my life feels somewhat surreal. I can't believe these things are actually happening.
I think the world feels somewhat surreal.
Makes me believe in simulation theory, where it's like, well, this, like the things I'm doing are so preposterous that it's hard to believe they're real. We've got Starship, which is the largest, most powerful flying object ever made. And we intend to launch that more than once per hour.
I know, I read that. And we can, people can quibble about how quickly it happens, but I think based on your track record, we should assume it will happen at some point.
It will happen.
I'm just sort of struck that when I am as blown away by this world as you are, and I watch it from a much more naive level, but for me, the whole evolution of AI and the capabilities of these models is in and of itself so mind-blowing.
It's pretty much happening as I thought it would.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
And not just me, many people predicted this. I think Ray Kurzweil's predictions have been remarkably accurate.
Yeah, the singularity.
Yeah.
Approaching. Let's go back more immediately to the here and now. We've talked about concentration of control in your companies. You've made a very good case for why you should have it. You also have, through Starlink, incredible geopolitical power. I'm one of your customers.
Thank you.
Excellent product.
Great.
But without them, the Ukrainians would have been in serious, serious trouble. And when
yes, the Ukrainian government has publicly thanked Starlink many times for being instrumental in defending Ukraine.
And you recently decided to prevent the Russians in the occupied territories from having access to Starlink.
Well, no, we were never at any point selling Starlink to Russians.
But they were grabbing it, right? They were using it, and you've now stopped them from doing that.
Well, they essentially got Starlink units that they ordered through Ukraine, and then smuggled them into.
Ask them about
the
the Iranian drones with the Starlink panels on the back.
And were then using them in some cases for attacks. Now, in order to address this, what we worked with the Ukrainian government to create a whitelist of approved Starlink terminals. Now, this has some downsides because a whole bunch of people who were just innocent users of Starlink and just trying to access the internet for work or for education now don't have Starlink.
These are geopolitical decisions of consequence. How do you feel about having that power? You could determine the outcome of wars. How does that feel? And is it right that you should have that power?
Well, I'm not sure we're determining the ultimate outcome of the, say the war in Ukraine. I think I do hope that there's some sort of peace agreement reached soon because for 2 or 3 years now, the border has barely moved, and every day there are lots of people dying at the front line.
Yeah, and it could all end.
And I think there's a lot of
with one fucking action. Russia leaving.
But this is not realistic.
But no, it's Ukraine. Blame Ukraine for defending themselves. How fucking dare they?
A peace with that is we have to be pragmatic about this. What I think would be terrible is if there's another 3 years of people dying senselessly at the front lines.
Speak to your buddies in Moscow, fuckhead.
And you have to say, like, well, how do you explain to the children of the men that are dying at the front lines? Russia, on the Russian side too, by the way, they're being conscripted and sent there. I am quite offended by
the dead stare
sort of
she
fancy
gives them when
diplomats
he
who are
says that.
conscripted and sent there. The men that are dying at the front lines. Russia, on the Russian side too, by the way, they're being conscripted and sent there. I am quite offended by sort of fancy diplomats who have, 7-course dinners in luxurious places while people are dying at the front lines, and who pontificate about how Russia should withdraw, but they're not going. Russia's not going to withdraw. So there really needs to be an accepted peace along those lines.
And do you think it's your responsibility to play a role in tipping the scales towards what you see as the right way to peace?
I've been advocating peace for a long time. I posted a few years ago that
same way Donald Trump has,
there really needs to be some concession here to Russia.
No, no, not at all. Actually,
Russia, I'm just being pragmatic.
Fuck Russia.
Or people will die for years with nothing achieved, and that is exactly what happened.
I don't know. I mean, the Ukrainians are doing pretty well right now at, with their incredible drone capacity hitting inside Russia, and the kind of general consensus is that the balance of the war is shifting. But my point is not so much about what the right.
Ukraine hit an Iranian tanker?
My interest is really on
or
whether
an Iranian commercial ship in the Caspian Sea.
You have
apparently
earlier.
Whether it's appropriate that you should wield it. That's quite rare. That an individual actor has such power.
Very
turning on and off a
interesting. People are like, they're attacking Iran. Bro, Iran has been giving lethal aid to Russia the entire fucking time.
I think you were right to support Ukraine.
Valid target.
That, it won't surprise you. I think that the Russian aggression was
also Tehran is within flamingo range. So I hope they try.
Yeah, I mean, I did a very deep dive into the background of that conflict to understand exactly what was going on. I'm reminded of the old adage that there are no angels in war.
It's a similar tone, I think, about domestic politics, where you've played.
He said he did a deep dive, meaning he probably looked at Euromaidan
Donald Trump's re-election.
Yeah.
After the election, you got very actively involved. Through Doge, you tried to cut a lot of spending,
the Russians
reshape
being
the government.
Like they're Nazis, he'd be like, "Wow, based."
It wasn't hugely successful in the sense that There wasn't nearly as much spending cut as you tried. How do you, as you look back on that, do you regret getting so involved in politics? Do you think it was a good thing to do?
I think I got a little too involved in politics, got carried away, frankly. So the the goal with this sort of Doge stuff was to try to do something about the deficit, which is massive, where the interest payments exceed the amount of money spent on the Department of War. Like, basically, if you add up all the money spent on what is now the Department of War and the and intelligence in the U.S., that is smaller than the interest payments on the debt. So that we need to sort of take a close look at spending, and make sure that money is being spent in sensible ways and that it is not wasted or spent on fraudulent activities. I got a lot of flack from this for this, obviously, but the people don't understand just how simple it was for the Doge team to approve payments. If we had literally we just asked to have the contact information of the recipient, or some evidence that, say, money was going to its intended purpose, but over and over that we're told, we need to wire money for some sort of important cause in Africa, and we're like, okay, but the wiring instructions are to Deloitte & Touche in D.C., in Washington, D.C., not to Africa. So we would like to send the money to Africa. Can you please connect us with the recipients so we can send them the money directly?
Yeah, that'll work.
And then we'd get silence.
We don't need to relitigate Doge. I have no doubt that there's a lot of waste in the U.S. government. I think probably
much worse than anyone could possibly imagine.
But the way, I think it is a fair criticism that the way you shut down a whole bunch of programs probably, in fact, certainly caused unnecessary suffering. I mean,
no,
absolutely.
You don't buy that at all?
It caused a lot of complaining.
You don't buy the idea that anybody, to put it really crudely and simply, any kid in Africa died because of the suddenness with which...
Zero.
I just don't.
Yeah, I don't.
I just
that's
don't think.
Factually
I had people reporting in Africa.
USAID literally killed people
that could step
when it
in,
was removed.
Bear in mind this.
Specifically, if you want to look at a specific example,
there are
Haiti.
Literally tens of thousands of NGOs.
He is very boring.
If funding is cut off for antiretrovirals overnight, and it just stops, then people will die when they don't have access to them, and it just
only if they cannot get funding for that. But the Gates Foundation has $50 billion. What about them? What about any one of a number of organizations? What about
in
Mackenzie
lots of these countries, USAID,
Mackenzie, whatever her last name is, used to be Bezos, gave $50 billion. What about that?
But let's be practical. In many of these countries, USAID was the biggest funder. But I don't want to have an argument.
USAID was a political organization.
Oh my God!
It may also have been that, but it was the biggest funder of healthcare systems. So I'm very
biggest
sure that there was
funder of regime change.
And there may well be benefits from having changed
also,
the system.
USAID funding was not stopped; it was moved to the State Department.
It was literally
stopped. There were
stopped.
huge numbers of things shut down in Africa that were
there were
health
claims
related.
Of this. These claims are false. They're nonsense, and absolute nonsense. But obviously, just for when funding is stopped for fraudulent organizations or something, do you think they're
pause
going
it for
to
a second?
Do you think they're going to say, well,
think about it like this: look at Russia's NGO bills and stuff that they've been passing throughout their occupied territories, right? Look at the Georgian NGO bill, the one that they put into... where was the other one? There were a couple of these NGO bills that passed in, like, Russian vassal states. Where they specifically go after NGOs saying that they're foreign agents, even though they're literally aiding people within the country. Sure, they're, like, funding radio-free whatever as well. But, like, are we going to take away literal food aid from people because the US has soft power propaganda? Like no other country has soft power propaganda like this? Like, are we... I say we. Yes, Americans are this stupid. Like, you claim that you want to be America first, yet you kneecap your own soft power, leaving a fucking vacuum within every single place that you were, leaving open space for Russia, Iran, and China to replace the US propaganda. Like, for a government that claims to want to increase America's standing in the world, you couldn't have done anything better to degrade that standing. And then to go off and spout Russian talking points after talking about how Russia needs concessions for the war. I'm really doubting that you are pro-America. It really seems like you might be a foreign agent. How interesting. Yeah, we. That's all.
Keep funding the fraud? Or do you think they're going to come up with a sad story that sounds sympathetic in order to get the funding restored? Obviously, it will be the latter, and that's exactly what they did. But zero died because of
that's
Doge.
what I that's what I would take issue with.
Zero.
I think you can. I actually have a lot of sympathy for the change of the aid regime that the U.S. under the Trump administration has precipitated. However, I think the pace and the suddenness with which it happened will almost certainly have caused unnecessary suffering and deaths. And I think both of those can be true.
I think that's totally false.
Okay. Well,
and obviously false because there are the amount of funding we're talking about is far less than what can be done than what can be supported via private via foundations like the Gates Foundation or Mackenzie Bezos's foundation. She's given away tens of billions of dollars. The Gates Foundation has tens of billions of dollars. They are capable of acting very quickly. And if they didn't, I would say they're equally responsible.
I see. Okay.
Obviously.
All right. Fair point.
Zero people died because of Doge.
I hear you loud and clear.
Zero.
Hear you loud and clear.
Obviously.
Domestically, you stepped away from Doge. It was hard to do what you were trying to do. You've just explained it. But this administration has gone in directions that I suspect you were not expecting 2.5 years ago.
Well,
the war in Iran.
I'm not going to agree with everything any administration does.
Are you disappointed by this administration?
No, I think this administration, on balance, is excellent. No administration is perfect, but it's vastly better than the alternative.
Can we talk about Europe? A place that you are very, very focused on.
I'm not that focused on Europe.
I think, judging by your posts,
very much
pretty
focused
concerned
on
about Europe. You support.
I've once in a while I post something.
It's reasonably frequently. It's not once in a while, but because I'm genuinely interested in this. As someone who lives in Europe, lives in London.
Yeah.
You paint a picture. Well, first of all, you support not just the populist right, but the far right. In fact, very fringe parties in some countries.
No, I support the normal people.
No, you don't.
Okay.
What do you call the far right? Falsely.
You think is the normal person. Okay.
Yes. Literally, you could go back 10 or 15 years, and these policies were completely normal. In fact, one of the tricks that I think is funny. What I think that's quite funny is to take a speech from Obama and Hillary, and then go to someone and say, who's sort of on the sort of what I call the lunatic left, and say, what do you think of the speech by Trump? I'm like, oh wow, he's the worst person ever. Actually, that was a speech by Obama, or actually, that was a speech by Hillary.
Great.
I agree.
So smart.
I agree that the center of gravity in this country has shifted. Certainly, the Democratic Party shifted to the left. But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about people like Rupert Lowe. I'm talking about people.
It's actually just normal people.
It literally
is just normal people. It's just normal people, and and here are the principles. And tell me which of these sound terrible. That we should have secure borders. That we should have safe cities. That we should have sensible spending.
Fearmonger. Got it.
Which of those three are far right fringe? And I would like to just admonish you and the media for the absurd characterization of the far right. It is false and misleading and nonsense.
Sure it is.
Please keep this
Sounds
part
like
in.
coke.
We'll keep all of this in, but let me
Don't cut this part.
Let me push back on that. Let me push back on that
because it is
you have
nonsense.
Elon, you have what is it, close to 250 million followers on X.
Yeah,
you say things like,
popular guy.
quote, civil war in Britain is inevitable, just a question
on the current
of when.
trend, yes.
I mean, when were you last in the UK?
A few years ago.
Exactly. So I live there. I'm there the whole time. That is nonsense.
You live in a cloistered existence.
No, I don't, actually. And the numbers also disprove what you say.
What numbers?
All the numbers about crime. London is a much safer city than any city in the United States. Violent crime in the UK is not where you think it is. In fact, it's coming down. You have painted, and because you have so many followers, so many Americans believe it, a kind of view that Europe and the UK are kind of, overrun with terrifying Muslim immigrants. There's rape on every corner. There's a sort of civilizational destruction.
I haven't said any of those things.
Just not what you say.
bro.
Civil war in Britain is inevitable. And
yes,
then,
if current trends continue, it is.
Why?
Well, if you have a large and rapidly growing group of people whose beliefs are antithetical to Western beliefs, at some point there will be a reckoning. That they will try to implement their views, and those who oppose it will oppose it, and that's what you call civil war. And obviously, this is the trend. And you absolutely do live in a cloistered existence. And if you'd like, we can go on a tour of Britain.
Sure.
I'd
be very happy to come on a tour of Britain.
And you will see for
yourself. You come see my country that I live in all the time, and you haven't been to a few years ago.
I've been there literally 100 times.
But when was the last time?
Literally a few years ago.
You know why this exercises me? Because you have really shaped opinion about the UK. And so many Americans I come across, and I have conversations with, and and I just had one the other day, along the order of, oh, London's such a dangerous place. How can you know? There are sort of grooming gangs everywhere. There's violence everywhere. This is a picture that people get from things that you post or that are posted on X. And for example, you're posting for, what was it, 48 hours of Citizen Vigilante. That film, which, paints a dystopian... I've watched it.
Yes.
It was not fun. I watched it yesterday. It's not a very good movie.
Pretty bad.
But it also paints a dystopian picture of Europe. And it glorifies vigilante violence. It glorifies the murdering of a Muslim immigrant family. I honestly think that it is irresponsible for you to put that up on X.
I think that it's a movie, and it's worth watching.
You're clearly suggesting Europe is a dystopian place, and you...
Yes, I mean, why aren't you doing more to fight censorship in Europe? Why aren't you? Seem to be doing nothing to fight censorship in Europe.
That's not true. I think that
they put people
in
prison in the UK for social media posts. Do you think that's appropriate?
No, and we've written editorials against it. But
okay,
I don't
great.
think.
Then
And my point
that's
is
the sort of thing that I think is bad.
And I think and I agree with you, but I don't think you have to glorify vigilante violence and kind of, post the things that you are doing and paint an entirely inaccurate picture of Europe that you do.
I don't think it is.
We should do a tour of the UK.
Yes, and one of Brussels too.
Because the UK has actually been very good at integrating immigrants. The UK is very effective at doing that. There are problems. I'm the first to admit that there are problems.
Yes, there are major problems.
There are problems, but it really is not what you are describing to or suggesting to your 240 million followers
I think it is.
And I think there's a problem.
No, I think I'm spot on.
Yeah, you can think that. It doesn't make it true.
We'll have
and that's
to...
why you have freedom of speech, or at least
freedom of speech allows people to say
UK.
things that are wrong. But your point is not that you're not just saying I have every right to say what I want. You're saying, I am right about Europe, and I really don't think you are.
I think I am.
Great.
I think
awesome.
You will find that most people in Europe, or many people in Europe, don't think you're right about it. But let's come to that.
Yes,
but
because the media keeps ignoring.
It's all the media, bro.
Reality.
It's not you. Couldn't possibly be you that's wrong. It's everybody else.
By the TV and
you know what I think the problem
and
is?
why are you? This is, I guess.
Is it the children that are wrong?
Everyone else.
Why do you focus on this? Why are you interested in it? Because on the one hand, we started this conversation, and you described to me this extraordinarily transformative, amazing, civilizational changing stuff that's happening in the next 10 years.
Yes.
And yet you're also, an ongoing participant in the worst kind of tribalism, cesspit of social media. Like, how does that fit? Are you, on the one, they're two very different views of the world.
Yeah, I don't think they're inconsistent.
But why do you do the latter one, the tribalism? I mean, people say that you're a racist. People say that you're, there's all kinds of things said about you, which I'm sure you would disagree with. But I just don't understand. What is the motivation for doing that? Are you fomenting?
My partner is she's half Indian, and and I have 4 children with her. One of them was named after a famous Indian physicist.
Good for you.
So I would say I'm not racist, and also the
wild concept, bro. You can be racist to one, but not racist to Indians. It's crazy.
Senior executives of all races.
I don't think I'm racist. I named my kid after someone who's not white.
Anti-Muslim?
I am.
Wow.
I'm against.
I named my kid Gandhi.
Having if people are coming to a country,
therefore I can't be racist.
With antithetical
Checkmate,
views,
libtard.
I am against that.
You're a gay?
I'm against that.
The wooden dildos. You know that
I'm
video?
against rape and murder.
Can't say
I'm against the.
It's like there's 2 funny videos that girl has made.
Mm-hmm.
One of them is the wooden dildos, and the other one is the Helen Keller as a dog. She keeps trying to do the "this is my impression of Helen Keller" videos.
Oh, that girl.
And it's not, every time they're not funny. The dog one was funny.
It caught me so off guard. I think I sent it to somebody and I said white women need to be stopped.
Dude, the rest of her shit sucks. That's what that's a great.
Hey, it's a Tasmanian devil.
That's what I like to flip to.
They get bad face
This
cancers.
guy's got to be a solo one because he has no scars.
No face cancers.
Well, they fucking rip each other up when they're eating together.
Yeah, that's why they get face cancer. It's apparently it's going to make them extinct. Like it's real bad. Like it's real bad. Like they're not going to be around in 10 years bad.
No audio, by the way? Did you hear it?
Don't hear audio, no. It went away when you changed it to the Tasmanian devil.
You heard the wooden dildo girl?
No.
Oh.
I just saw
Why didn't you say
Tasmanian
anything?
devil. I was waiting for you to put it on.
It was on.
Still can't hear it. I don't know why yours does this. Does mine ever drop audio like that?
Excuse me, miss. I'm looking for the wooden windows.
The wooden dildos?
No. No.
Okay, this is kind of funny.
What we've come to accept in the West. And I think it's a crying shame that the sort of traditional media, like you, don't recognize this.
First of all, I think that you hugely exaggerate the challenges that Europe faces. Secondly, in areas I completely agree with you. I think that, the constraints on freedom of speech in the UK in certain areas are problematic. What worries me is that the people you are supporting are really quite vile people in some areas. Like some members of the AFD, Alice Weidel, whom I've met, is a perfectly thoughtful person, but in her party are some real neo-Nazis, are some really, really awful people. And your blanket support of this kind of party with 240 million followers means that you have a power in Europe that I think perhaps you don't realize the scale of impact you have. But you can.
Well, good. I hope I am having a big impact.
But why? Why should you?
Because I love fascists.
European politics.
Linda.
You don't even live there.
I think of it as the sort of the West collectively.
But do you see why this makes people think that this man who has all this power, he's the world's richest man, he thinks he has a right to influence our politics? It makes people. It's why we started this conversation saying superlatives. It's why people loathe you. I mean, some people do loathe you.
Yes, some people do.
But do you understand why? Do you think what you're doing is helpful for Western democracy?
Maybe some people do loathe me. And that's probably true. I don't care.
Yes, you do.
But
he literally does.
As you pointed out, 250 million people follow me. Is that I think a lot more people actually like me than don't. And I think a lot more people.
That is some delusion.
Media, more.
Bro tweeted, "Go Eagles." That's it. That was the tweet. And Joe Biden, his tweet supporting the Eagles got way more engagement than him. So he called an emergency staff into Twitter at 2 a.m. to fix the engagement on the website. Maybe tweet a better tweet.
That's
other than just "Go Eagles." I'm a popular guy.
This man is the world's richest man. This guy has more power than anybody else.
Yeah, well, he has to fucking use a balloon to get it up. So...
What do you mean? It's like an Austin Powers dick pump.
No. That's not... No,
that's not mine.
No, the penile implant, the way it works is like you basically have a switch that you squeeze and pump up in your dick sack.
Wait, for real?
Yeah.
Amazing.
And then you can release the air from it, basically. Like you twist it another way and it will release. It's literally a balloon.
Imagine your dick doesn't work. Embarrassing.
Do you realize the media is despised?
Only for Elon.
Do you realize that
everybody else, I sympathize.
The view of journalists is like it's like a favorable view of journalists is like 15%.
I do know that in the United States.
So the shoe is on the other foot. They hate you. They hate you far more than they hate me.
Sure.
I think there is certainly a loss of trust in journalism. I think in part there have been mistakes by journalists and journalism. I totally acknowledge that. But I also think that the kind of polarized environment, particularly on social media, fostered by the kinds of things you are pushing on X, actually helps this. It makes it worse.
I don't think so. I think you're the problem, the media. And speaking of loathing, you're loathed far more than I am. And you don't seem to even realize that.
I think very few people know who I am relative to you, so I don't think I play in the same game.
Media collectively. So, I mean, you're hated.
It sounds like some projection.
You know that? You probably don't.
I like to think that I'm aware of my own personal shortcomings and the Economist's shortcomings and our worldview's shortcomings.
Yeah.
But what we stand for, as you know, is liberal values, traditional, classical liberal values, where we worry about concentrations of power and we believe in the individual and the dignity of the individual. and individual freedom.
Right.
And
I agree with that.
firmly believe that. And I have long thought that you were a classical liberal. But when I read what you post, classical liberal, J.S. Mill, limited government.
He doesn't know what a classical liberal
freedom.
is.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But when I read what you post on your feed, I sometimes wonder whether you really do believe in that.
I literally said, look, I believe in safe cities, secure borders, and sensible spending with respect to government. That doesn't make me right-wing at all, in the least.
Does the US or do European countries score better on those?
The US is better.
No.
Yes.
Safe cities, much more dangerous in the US than the UK. Sensible spending, bigger deficit here, out of control. You failed to reduce it. Secure borders now under the Trump administration. I agree with you. Before not. But on 2 out of 3, unequivocally, Europe is in a better place. Yet you seem to paint a picture of Europe being a hellhole.
I don't think Europe's a hellhole.
It's pretty shit.
We can agree on something.
When did I ever say that?
Well, the picture you paint of Europe on X is
you're making up things.
No, I'm not.
You're just literally making it up.
You say civil war in Britain is inevitable, and then you basically proselytize for this citizen vigilante film, which really does paint Europe as a hellhole. It just starts with ominous music, and it says Europe.
Well, there was out of control rape and murder.
It's more dangerous in this country than it is in Europe.
Where there is danger in this country is because we failed to incarcerate repeat violent offenders, and that's the classic sort of SARS DA.
Bro, you cannot fucking say, yeah, the problem here, the reason it's not safe is that we don't incarcerate enough. Are you
fucking real?
Are you really going to make the argument that the issue is incarceration rates in America?
Judges that fail to incarcerate repeat violent offenders. And if somebody gets arrested 50 times, literally, for violent crimes, and eventually they're going to kill somebody. So you either incarcerate them or people will die.
I think the prevalence of guns has quite a lot to do with it too. I mean, this is a much more dangerous country. Murder rates are much higher, in large part because there are so many guns.
Well, let me give you an interesting number. There are more people that die in Europe from heat deaths than people that die from gun deaths in America. Why aren't you writing an article about air conditioning?
Well, we've done several on air conditioning, and we had on our cover last week.
Bad choice, bro.
A whole long piece about why
pro air conditioning.
Yeah, we're very pro air conditioning.
Okay, good. Well, good.
Very pro.
Good
You should read us. Absolutely.
So, credit where it's due. Credit's where it's due.
I think you have a view of The Economist that is not entirely accurate. So I will. You come to
fucking
England,
hate The Economist.
Start reading The Economist, and I will, stand corrected on my criticism of you in this area.
There are many parts of Britain and Europe which are not safe. You can't just walk around.
But there are far more in this country. Far more.
No, I don't think so.
Right, let's go and get my fact checkers to check that.
Yeah, I don't think that's true.
Let's move on from this because I think I've got a sense of why you're doing what you're doing.
The point is not that the question is not is America perfect. The question is does Europe have a serious and growing problem?
The question
Absolutely,
is
it has a serious
which is
and
more
growing
dangerous.
problem.
That's where we started this.
Europe has a serious and growing problem. I'm not going to say that the United States has no problems. Of course it does, but we should all try to address these issues.
We can agree on that. We should all try to address the problems. My point was simply that I think you exaggerate the scale of Europe's problem, and that
I think people are asleep at the switch, and do not realize the magnitude of the issue.
I also think that your interventions, however well-intentioned they may be, risk making Europe's problem a lot worse.
How?
Because you are putting your support behind people who are proto-authoritarians, who are not trying simply to, make sure there is better integration of Muslims or to secure the borders, but who have very clear fascist tendencies, and you will
I
cause
think you're just
huge
completely
divisions
making things
within
up.
Europe.
I think what you're saying is total fiction, and really, I'm simply saying that that Europe has to have secure borders.
On that we agree
and should
on.
not
If
let
that's-
in vast numbers of people with views that are antithetical to the accepted views in Europe, and where there will not be some level of safe cultural integration. This is simply common sense.
If all you are saying is Europe should have secure borders, I completely agree with you. Then I have misunderstood what your interventions have been on social media, because that is not what the view I have, not what I would conclude having seen what the people you are supporting and the things you're doing. But if that's your goal, I share your goal that Europe should have secure borders.
Yes.
I think that's perfectly
Yes.
agreeable. That gets me to a question.
And let me explain what the fundamental forcing function here is for why the borders are not secure, which is when you have a welfare state that provides substantial benefits to anyone who comes there, you create a very powerful economic forcing function for anyone who is below that standard of living to come to Europe. It is an obvious, powerful driving force, and people will come there if their standard of living is, from what they get in Europe, is above where they are elsewhere in the world. It's very basic.
I completely agree with that.
Yes,
I don't
it's a
disagree
very
with that.
basic incentive structure.
I think economic conditions, economic influences determine a lot of migration. I think asylum is a separate issue, but I think you're absolutely right. There are pressures for migration. However, there are other things that you haven't focused on, which is migration brings a lot of benefits, and it also particularly does so in a continent like Europe, which is a rapidly aging continent. So we can agree that completely uncontrolled borders are a bad idea. But I think Europe benefits from having immigration, controlled immigration. It brings...
Yes, I'm in favor of immigration. Obviously, I'd be hypocritical if I wasn't, since I'm an immigrant to the United States. I'm in favor of immigration if the person immigrating is going to be a productive member of society, if they're going to be honest, and if they're not going to mistreat people in that country they're going to.
I can agree on all of those.
Yes.
But I think that Europe does better on that than you give it credit for. That's, I think, where we disagree. But let's move on. Tell me, what do you think people get most wrong about you?
Well, I mean, you just got a whole bunch of things wrong about me. Pretty much everything in just rewind the last 20 minutes is all wrong.
So I got wrong your.
Well, let's not be repetitive here.
Okay. So that political side of you people get most wrong.
Yeah, my political views are very are centrist. They're not.
No, they aren't.
Far right, and practically calling it far right, I think, is an insult to history, an insult to many peoples, and it is an outrageous falsehood. It's completely absurd. I literally have stated my position, which is that, and I've been very clear about this, which is that there need to be secure borders. That if there's an influx of immigrants, they need to be people who will agree that with Western ideals, with Western values, and if they don't, and if there's a long-term growth of people who do not, or in some cases are adamantly opposed to Western values, you are setting yourself up for civil war. This is obvious. A child can see this. But this is not a right-wing view. I'm simply stating reality.
Well, I think we can both agree that evidence will be able to decide which of us is more or less right. And we will find evidence for both of our views in different parts of Europe. The question is what the overall
I'm very
tells.
good at predicting the future. I'm not perfect, but I'm very good at predicting the future. My batting average is very high for a human. But
I'm sure you believe
this does have
that.
somewhat of a Cassandra effect, where people don't believe that what I'm saying is likely to be true, because I can see into the future with a higher not perfectly, but with a higher probability of success than most people. So, and including things that people believe to be, in some cases, counterintuitive. Again, I'm not saying I'm always right. I certainly am not. But my batting average is very good. But this does have, like I said, a Cassandra effect where people don't realize that what I'm saying will come to pass. Maybe not exactly in the timing that I thought, but it will come to pass. Yeah, history will write the verdict. But I think you will see that very little of what I've said is inaccurate, and a supermajority of what I've said,
a supermajority, okay, bro,
is very accurate and will come to pass,
unless
there's some change in direction.
Do you have higher confidence level in your expectations of the future for AI, the first part of our conversation, or the latter part, the political part?
AI is digital superintelligence. It's called the singularity, like a black hole, because
shut up.
You don't know what's going to happen after that. And it sort of sucks in everything. So I think, really, in terms of the really big macro effects here, AI and robots will really dominate everything. So, on a time scale that is less than 10 years.
Which probably renders this other stuff that we've been talking about less important and less relevant.
The AI robotics revolution will happen sooner. It'll happen sooner than civil war in Britain. I would say civil war in Britain is probably 20 years away, and the AI robot singularity.
Civil war in Britain.
Well, hopefully these benign, all-powerful AIs will prevent.
What a hilarious concept.
They probably will.
Elon, I don't agree with everything you say, but it's always absolutely fascinating to talk to you. Thank you very much indeed.
No, you're welcome. I'm not boring.
You're definitely not boring.
Yeah, he definitely is fucking boring. I sent you a video. Kind of on the same vibe of attacking the media like that.
What video is it?
It's Media Watch from ABC. It's a story about guns in Tasmania.
A quiet East Coast town at the centre of horror this morning. A man tied up with cable ties assaulted, dragged outside, and his Coles Bay home torched.
Hello, I'm Linton Besser. Welcome to Media Watch. And first tonight, a shocking home invasion in Tasmania. A man attacked and robbed, his home set alight.
A quiet East Coast town at the centre of horror this morning. A man tied up with cable ties assaulted, dragged outside, and his Coles Bay home torched.
Hello, I'm Linton Besser. Welcome to Media Watch. And first tonight, a shocking home invasion in Tasmania. A man attacked and robbed, his home set alight. Detectives clear-eyed from the outset as to the alleged motive.
He's been targeted solely to take firearms, and it's sickening.
Early reports had the victim in question owning no fewer than 9 guns at the time of the burglary, a fact which prompted what you might think was a rather routine question at an official government press conference 3 days later.
Isn't it the case, though, that
Americans going to be laughing at
with
this?
more firearms, it's more likely that a robbery like this will occur?
The Tasmanian Police Minister, Felix Ellis, was incensed, however, and delivered this.
Can I say that is just the most outrageous example of victim blaming for people in the media and others to say that law-abiding firearms owners are the problem in this case is absolutely wrong and disgraceful.
Then wasted little time packaging up the exchange, reposting it online, and telling his followers the incident really irked
What do we
him.
think?
And prompting the respectful online debate we've all come to expect.
What do we think about that response? Because initially, I'm like, fair enough, you know, blaming people for owning something shouldn't necessarily be them to blame. You know, they cable tied him and burnt his house to the fucking ground. Right? So what's your opinion on that response? Because, like, to me, I don't think that that's necessarily that alarming of a response.
They said that he's not to blame.
Yeah, they said that the guy, so the police minister, I think it is, said that the gun owner is not to blame. And to say that they are is absurd. On its face, I don't think that's that absurd of a statement. And then they go into his connections to the gun lobby and shit, and I'm like, changes my opinion a little bit. So I was just kind of curious. So let's keep going.
It's always a left-wing retard that want the guns gone.
Media victim blaming. That journo is a maggot.
Wonder if that rat fuck journo wears two hats. Like, is he an op for ASIO?
The Journalists' Union swiftly demanded an apology, which was duly granted not by Felix Ellis, but rather a media advisor. The press still seeking to hear from the man himself.
Why won't you apologise to the journalists who were attacked on Tuesday?
I think more broadly, this is a moderation issue, and we could have done more when it comes to moderating the comments. And, you know, in good faith, when he contacted us about that, we took those down.
Very magnanimous indeed. But why was the police minister so quick to take offence in the first place? Might it have something to do with this explosive story 4 months ago?
Top cop ignored.
Revealed. Commissioner's plea over gun limits.
That plea from Tasmania's police commissioner to the very minister in question rocked Hobart, revealing almost 9,000 Tasmanians owned 6 or more firearms, and the state's glut of more than 150,000 guns presented a risk of
firearms theft. Even legally registered and stored firearms can fall into the wrong hands, enabling serious criminal activity. Public safety must take precedence over firearms ownership.
7 News adding to the pressure, explaining the top cop was
at odds with the government calling for a cap on gun ownership.
We have more firearms in the community than we did at the time of Port Arthur.
Rather than listening to his commissioner, the police minister instead released a gun reform proposal that featured no cap on gun ownership at all. And on the day before...
So... this argument of we've got more guns than before Port Arthur is absurd. Because, yeah, we have more guns in Australia than ever before. And guess what's lower than ever? Fucking gun crime. So clearly the amount of guns that people own is not aligned statistically with the amount of gun crime. So why is Australia's fucking solution always fucking punishing the gun owners? I don't understand the obsession with this. Why don't you fucking charge the parents for raising criminals? How about that for a fucking option? Instead, why don't we go blame people for fucking living their life? This is like blaming car drivers because people are stupid and don't look. This is lowering the speed limits to raise safety, even though cars are safer and easier to stop than ever before. So stupid. Like, let me just... gun crime over 20 years, Australia graph. Let's see if we can find something here. Well, here's 91 to 2001. See if there's a graph for us. There's only tables. Alright. National firearm death by type of death. Year 91, homicides 84. 2001, 47 homicides. It halved in 10 years. Gun crime since 2000, Australia graph. Firearms-related deaths in Australia have shown long-term downward and stabilising trends since 2000, falling from roughly 2.9 per 100,000 in 96 to 0.88 per 100,000 in 2018, hovering below 0.8 per 100,000 in recent years. Now, gun number of firearms owned in Australia since 1996. Australia now has over 4 million registered privately owned firearms, roughly 25% more than the estimated 3.2 million in 1996. The correlation between gun ownership and more guns and gun deaths and crime is non-correlated. Why is the media so unable to do this basic fucking research using the Australian Bureau of Statistics? But still we're going along this fucking preventative pre-crime bullshit. I don't even care. I wouldn't advocate for anybody to own firearms in this country anymore. I would actively dissuade people from buying firearms because all it does is put a target on your back for the police. They don't treat you like a hobbyist, they treat you like a criminal. You are a criminal in waiting. That's all you are if you own firearms in Australia. And still, the media struggles to even do the most basic of research because the consensus is making sure that people don't understand firearm statistics, don't understand guns, and make sure that the government has a monopoly on violence. That's all it's ever been since 1996. Howard started it. They pushed this shit through in like 12 days. Nothing about this legislation is logical or just. It's a completely flawed and fractured legislation that does nothing but punish people for doing a hobby. Fuck the Australian gun laws. Anyway, I just wanted to have a little rant there.
When news broke of that violent gun theft in Coles Bay, there was this.
MPs have condemned Police Minister Felix Ellis for disbanding a task force looking into firearms legislation.
Now
the task
that
force
is
was set up
interesting.
following the Bondi tragedy.
We spoke to the journalist involved who did not want to be identified, citing the concerns of his family. He told us he's well used to the rough and tumble of journalism, but
it's worrying to see this growing trend of attacking and discrediting the press to deflect scrutiny.
Felix Ellis did not go so far as a full-bore Trumpian assault on the press, but he certainly flirted with it, knowing surely that he was riling up a pro-gun constituency to which he's been pandering. But he should not be swayed by the algorithm, because political attacks like this on journalists are not in fact signs of strength.
By the way,
but
the Port
signs
Arthur
of
guy was a
weakness.
heavy drinker and probably contributed to his
And we
eventual
turn
mental
now
decline
to
and
the
attack.
science fiction
Its
reality
isolated
in which we
alcoholism
all
almost
live.
certainly led to
And a
his
landmark
breakdown.
speech
Interesting.
last week
I didn't
from
know
the
that.
Prime Minister.
His mum swears he's innocent.
Already here. If we hang back or stand still, this will just run right over the top of us.
Australia launching an artificial intelligence office to oversee a world-first national set of standards.
With the spectre of artificial intelligence looming over every corner of the economy, the ailing media industry got the pledge from Albo it had hoped for.
Protecting Australian artists and journalists' intellectual property, demanding AI pay a fair price for the content their tools scrape.
Anything less is theft.
Music to the ears of the hard-working team that puts out the PM's local rag, the century-old Canberra Times.
They
who,
put his rag
perhaps a
out?
little hopefully, saw in Albanese's speech
an explicit guarantee the Wild West-style hijacking of intellectual property to train advanced AI models will not be accepted here.
And that's because the owner of the Canberra Times, Australian Community Media, is already doing battle with rival news sites littered with AI tripe, including
The Daily Canberra.
Canberra local news every day.
which boasts such local news as this.
With Canberra's winter lap lanes busier than ever, the city's outdoor aquatic venues offer a surprisingly compelling cold water alternative.
Helpful to be sure, even human reviewed, but only when required. Which clearly wasn't the case here. A sentence celebrating a network of forest trails that feed directly into discussions? The article recommending a leisurely dip at the Googong foreshores where swimming is prohibited, as well as the Manuka and Dixon open-air swimming pools, neither of which are open in winter. Which is strange, Canberra being so balmy at this time of year. 2 days before Albanese's cri de coeur, one of the excellent humans who staff
Canberra is essentially
a
hole
the man behind
in the
this
middle
AI
of the
enterprise as Canberra
the Alpine
property
region.
developer Shane Anderson, who
it gets
used
very
the website
fucking cold.
to plump one of his projects, a luxury development in the ACT district of Belconnen, but whose ambitions were never so parochial as just our nation's capital, establishing daily news sites from Ballarat to Brisbane and from the Central Coast to the Gold Coast. In Sydney, Shane's operation was busy last month reporting a shark surveillance program. Important news, perhaps, but it was plucked not from its own notebooks, but from those of the staff of the Sydney Morning Herald. And in Perth, a write-up of a food and wine festival, which had in fact originally come from a journalist whose salary is paid by the West Australian. But why stop there? Because Shane Anderson's entrepreneurialism is as boundless as his imagination. His AI tool apparently metastasising mastheads in Osaka, Shanghai, Abu Dhabi, Lisbon,
Unfucking real.
and more than 180 other cities. Impressive, you might think, but for the fact the businessman was rather shy about discussing his wonderful endeavours with us. The AI revolution has in fact spawned a faux industry of faux news. The ABC identifying in May another example of this pink slime journalism, a catalogue of titles that included the so-called Bunbury Guardian, which reported on that pillar of the community, the
WA Fire and Relicup Unit.
And a serious criminal case illustrated with fake images of what was clearly the crime scene. Another example, this website, which, despite appearances, is not the Newcastle Herald, but a facsimile, once again carrying AI baloney, including this report on the Archibald Prize winner, complete with thought bubbles. The subject of that glorious portrait also wandering around eating canapes. This website's operator careful to cover their tracks. ACM's cease and desist letter citing misleading and deceptive conduct sent to an anonymous inbox in the Bahamas, but nevertheless appears to have had the desired effect. The website since vanished. ACM's managing director told us the dangers these sites present is very real.
If AI is allowed to continue consuming real journalism and regurgitating it for free, the risk is there will be no real public interest journalism left. It needs regulation.
Nine Entertainment spent last month grappling with some 30 million attempts to scrape its websites. Its chief executive, Matt Stanton, telling us,
it's nothing short of theft. These individuals or companies, in their sheer-minded determination to profiteer in the AI space, prefer to steal our content rather than pay for it.
Most troubling, unfortunately, these AI fakes are in their infancy. And while we can laugh at the errors now, the machines are improving at a rate of knots. It shan't be long, I fear, before it becomes very difficult indeed to discern the real from the unreal. And that, far beyond the need to protect traditional news publishers, is the emergency. It's nothing short of existential. And finally, to the very normal and happy state of British politics.
Today, I will resign as a Member of Parliament for Clacton-on-Sea, thereby forcing a by-election.
2 weeks ago, under heat over his failure to report a series of secret benefits, 5 million quid from a crypto tycoon and an untold sum from a convicted fraudster known as Posh George, Nigel Farage lit upon the perfect strategy. Rather than defend his conduct before 2 parliamentary inquiries, he'd recontest his seat in a by-election, only for the major parties to turn their backs on the stunt and refuse to field candidates, setting up a Farage face-off for the ages.
One of the only few who say they will stand in the Clacton by-election is Count Binface.
The fate of the empire in the hands of a man dressed as a garbage can.
Nigel Farage will be up against Count Binface, and of course the Count now joins us.
Good morning, Miss Reid. Good morning, Mr. Ball.
In the absence of any serious challenger to Farage, seasoned journalists have been busy with what they're never quite sure is journalism or satire.
What is the signature policy that's going to take you over the line?
Nationalise Adele, build at least one affordable house,
Nationalise Adele.
move the hand dryer in the gents' toilets at the Crown and Treaty Pub, Uxbridge, to a more sensible position. Because as you can imagine, that's a national issue.
The British press booking the bin for interview after interview, including on the venerable BBC.
What is your appeal going to be to the people of Clacton?
Well, I'm not Nigel Farage.
It's a full manifesto.
And with an Ipsos poll, not of Clacton's voters, but the wider public, showing Farage lagging well behind the bin as preferred candidate, the question had to be asked.
Can you win?
Probably not, but then, you know, my job is to celebrate and defend the wonders of British democracy. And look at this, eh? The fact that you're interviewing me on the Today programme.
And why aren't the other parties fielding candidates?
Are they running scared from old Binny? Or do they think that Nigel's running a cunning stunt? And I pronounced that carefully at 8:55 in the morning.
Meanwhile, the rest of the world is marvelling, not for the first time, at the Brits and their special ways.
Conte de pubelle.
El Conte Cubo de Basura.
Farage versus Count Binface.
The clash that perfectly sums up British politics.
So who is Count Binface? Comedian John Harvey, whose name has been known for years. An occasional presenter on the BBC and Times Radio, having stood against Theresa May as Lord Buckethead in 2017, against Boris Johnson 2 years later, and, more recently, against Andy Burnham for the seat of Makerfield. Though, for the disgraced former GB News presenter Dan Wooten, Binface's true identity was a national scandal just waiting to be exposed.
Breaking right now, I can unmask Count Binface, the so-called politician trying
You got
to
him, bro.
beat Nigel Farage in Clacton. I can unmask him as a leftist wannabe comedian. Let me show you the real Count Binface. Here he is, John Harvey.
Whoa.
This guy a Pulitzer. Of course, the real joke is on Nigel Farage, who may already regret going to the polls. The archly conservative Telegraph declaring the move a catastrophe.
The prospect of a potential Prime Minister spending sweltering August days arguing with a man in a metal suit smacks of a PR disaster.
I'm pretty sure it's plastic.
As some have pointed out, it's also a needless exercise for the people of Clacton, now being forced to choose between a clown and a man who wears a can on his head. And that's all from us tonight. Be sure to check us out on ABC iView, as well as YouTube, Facebook, and also Reddit. You can find full statements on our
Hello guys, hey, how you doing? Wait, hold on a second, sorry. Sorry guys, sorry about this. I don't want them to hear my real voice. Put the voice filter on. Cut this part out.
Hey guys, how's it going, man? Hey guys, right now, dude. Hey, what's up, man? Hey, how you guys doing? Oh man, I watched a really stupid thing over the weekend. Let's check that out.
Hello from 1789. I'm James Madison.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Okay.
James Madison. I wrote the First Amendment.
No, you did not.
I was just about to say,
no, you did not. That's a lie. The guy, that AI guy's lying.
Tweets. algorithms and people yelling on television. Let me clarify the
Ew,
rules.
James.
The government doesn't get to shut. And thanks for helping us reach 250
It's none of your
years
business
of
what I do.
American democracy.
Okay, man, let's take a look
that
at
what you
this.
call it?
I kept seeing posts on Reddit come up for this. What the hell is this stupid thing called? The White House Correspondents' Dinner. Saw a few clips of this on Reddit, and I was like, that looks pretty stupid.
That looks kind of stupid. I'll take a look at that.
I'll take a look at that piece of crap there. This is definitely up there for one of the stupidest, most useless things I've ever seen. Just outright, like everybody who's a part of this should be in jail. People are saying, not me, I don't say that. And this is right in the very beginning of this thing, is they play this video of the, what is this? It's like AI video of, you know, the founding fathers. What the hell AI did they use to do this? This is somehow worse than even the already bad AI video. Look at this guy in the back. What the hell's going on with that guy's head? Look at this one here. Okay, but anyway, they play this like terrible, frankly, slop, Benjamin, frankly, slop, just crap AI video. I don't even know what the point of this is. They're like, all right, we're the founding fathers. I'm the video data scraped face of an elderly Tom Cruise here to say, how you doing, or whatever. I don't know. Like, no point to this. Watch when they come back. This is the lady who runs this thing, or whatever. Watch when they come back from this AI video.
50 years of American democracy.
Thank you, founders. What a powerful reminder. By the way, that was AI, in case.
Oh, really?
Very nice. Wow, what a video. That sucked. That's basically what this lady's saying.
Wow, that was terrible.
Wow, that was a piece of crap. Junk. That's pretty much the subtext of this whole thing. Just people barely covering up the fact that they're like, what is this stupid crap we're doing here? Why are we doing this? I did notice something kind of disturbing with this AI. What is the guy? Who is this moron? James Madison / older Tom Cruise. When he walks out, check this out. This is unacceptable. Watch this.
Hello from 1789. I'm James Madison. Yes,
Hey!
James Madison.
Don't
I wrote the First
disrespect.
Amendment.
Hey, but James, shut the hell up for a second, man. You do not disrespect the founding fathers like that.
It comes with a prize of $10,000. This year's award goes to the Wall Street Journal.
No, it does not. You're lying.
The Journal's courageous reporting on President Trump's past relationship with financier Jeffrey Epstein triggered the release of the so-called Epstein files. Thousands of documents that might otherwise have remained hidden from the public. And despite the president's threat of a lawsuit, the Journal published a story about a provocative letter to Epstein bearing President Trump's signature. Trump quickly filed a $20 billion lawsuit against the Journal,
That's a
revealing
lot.
reporter
Yeah.
her family had
Yeah,
to be
yeah,
relocated.
what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
The Journal was kicked off of Air Force One.
What do they got at this stupid thing? Little dumb cookies? I'll have cookies and a Coke, please. The Coke is for dipping.
The Journal was kicked off of Air Force One.
Okay.
But the reporters continue to file revelatory stories.
I don't know who this thing is for. This never made any sense to me. I remember there was a George W. Bush, one of these, when I was a kid. You know, and I was like, what the hell is this? What the hell is this? They're like doing comedy or something? What is this? What is this junk? But this is probably kind of the weirdest part, where they give these like stupid journalism awards, and they're like, here's some people, here's a special award you get for $15,000 or some crap. And these are some Wall Street Journal people who, you know, wrote about how the president was doing like a PDF cover-up. They were involved in this giant PDF cover-up, man. It's the Epstein thing, and to honor you and your somewhat late to the game reporting, you get to meet the president, man.
I get to meet the president!
Ooh, amazing. By the way, listen to this little royalty-free ass music that they play while these people are getting this, I don't know, award, whatever this is. Whatever this waste of time is. Listen to this music. Yeah. Oh, it is crazy that they still do this. Like, clearly they barely can still do this. They're doing an AI Tom Cruise founding father, which they cut back from, and they're like, what? That lady's basically, what the hell was that? Jesus! She should have just come back from that AI clip and been just like, Jesus, look! Anyway, now we're gonna give an award to somebody who wrote about how to present a PDF. Well, go ahead, do that. Jesus! What was that AI crap? Who
approved that?
So they're barely doing this thing. They're still doing this, but they're barely doing it. I mean, this thing has been like a ghost for decades now, but they still keep doing it. And in this part, this is Wolf Blitzer, and he's giving out like awards to like New York Times writers and Wall Street Journal writers and all this stuff. And that's pretty much it, you know? You know, they're not giving like, you know, I don't know, Jasper Nathaniel or somebody an award. It's all people from the old media that, you know, nobody really believes anymore. You know, there's story after story about how the trust is so low in that crap. So it's kind of like them at this weird thing that nobody watches, being like, and the award for best journalism goes to ourselves. Play the applause. Thank you. Then Wolf Blitzer goes like this, play a fart noise. What, Wolf? I said play a fart noise. They should just do stuff like that. They should just have like a gross noise soundboard at this thing. Make it somewhat human.
It's never lacked for opinions. I know everyone has a lot of feelings about it.
No, they don't.
Even under normal circumstances, and people ask, should it still exist? But every year, we pack the room. In fact, we just
It's weird.
did it twice.
That's weird to have to ask that. Watch when they cut back to Trump here. Here we go. Man, there you go.
Whatever brought you here tonight,
What do you think?
this evening
What do you
is
think?
dedicated to
Get
the
rid of
First
this thing.
Amendment and the.
What's he saying to that lady? Let's go back. Okay.
Whatever brought you
Can we
here
leave
tonight,
yet?
This evening is
No, it's just
dedicated
started,
to the
Mr.
First
President.
Amendment
Okay.
And the excellent
I gotta
work
go
of
to the
our
bathroom.
colleague.
And that was very unexpected.
The president and the White House press corps proved resilient.
This was an event dedicated to freedom of speech.
Okay.
That was supposed to bring together members of both parties with members of the
The
press.
guy on his phone. Wait a second. Look in the front row here.
Freedom of speech. That was supposed to bring together members of both parties with members of the press.
Everybody just on their phone.
And in a certain way,
Get
it
off
did.
your phone. Yeah, this is kind of interesting. This was a news story. Like a month ago? Who cares? Who remembers? But I guess they tried to do this stupid thing, and then there was like a shooter that they caught or something. So they do this like retrospective video thing where they're like, it almost didn't happen.
And then, but they proved resilient, and they did another one.
You know, with all this dramatic music. But that's kind of funny when the lady who runs this thing is like, a lot of people, probably most, think that this whole thing is stupid and shouldn't exist anymore. And they're probably right. This is what she should have said. They're probably right. This thing sucks. This is stupid. Maybe we got away with some of this crap. For some people with Obama. Because, like, I don't know, Jimmy Kimmel was there or something. But now nobody thinks this is anything. So let's just get the hell out of here. Let's just get the hell out of here and go like this.
As my final act, I was determined to carry out one more event to highlight the strength of our press corps. I am
All right,
honored
more AI.
to preside over this dinner, but I do have a
Yep.
fact check because technically my last day in office was last week.
Oh, okay.
Our next
Here's an AI of me. Here's an AI of me packing up my desk and leaving. It's terrible looking. It looks like crap. This is pretty good. This has been a thing like my whole life, this thing, and it would get a bunch of attention on TV, I guess. You know, it's getting some views on YouTube, this stupid thing. You know, not nearly as many as, like, Too Lazy to Try, or videos that you play for dogs when they're home alone, you know? But it's got some kind of. And I like that even this lady, first she's like, some people think this shouldn't even exist anymore, because it sucks. And what the hell was that stupid AI thing? Also, I'm leaving. Also, this is what she should have said. Also, I'm leaving. I'm quitting this because hopefully there's no future in it. Anyway, I gotta get the hell out of here, but I'll leave you with this. I gotta get out of here, but I'll leave you this right here. Poop. Okay, but anyway, man, I guess this is the point of this thing is for the president of the United States to do stand-up? To try to do stand-up. Okay, let's check that out.
The other day, a senator I knew got a text, a great guy, from his wife.
It's weird.
And she said, when you get home, I want to have you immediately come up the stairs and make love to me. And
Gross.
he said,
okay.
I can't do both. You know what the, you know?
Ha!
In other words, can't go up the stairs and make love. Does anybody
Yeah,
get that?
you know
Well,
what?
I
It's
thought that
really
was
funny
actually
when you explain the
That
joke.
was actually the only thing I thought was good in this whole frickin' stupid speech.
You know, I'm gonna punch this thing up with the magic. With the magic of Adobe Premiere Pro 2026 and 3, I'll punch this thing up for the goddamn president, who was awarded for his PDF cover-up at this thing. I'll punch this thing up, make it funny.
The other day, a senator I knew got a text, a great guy. You know what the, you know, you know what the,
to the Washington Hilton next year.
Okay.
Stronger than ever.
It's a nice hotel
Please
or
welcome
what?
the Washington Hilton's general manager, Ken
Oh my
Jarka,
God.
and
I don't
catering
care.
manager, Karen Faketis, to accept the WHCA
Karen
President's Award for
Faketis?
exceptional service
Fuck head
on behalf
up?
of the entire Washington Hilton team.
Okay.
The Hilton Hotel manager. This thing is really funny because they go on for like an hour and they play all these like pre-edited videos. You know, like keeps going on and on about like this almost didn't happen. There was some guy who was trying to do a shooting or something at the last one, but thank God we got out of there, the Hilton. But they keep doing this thing where it's like this almost didn't happen, but we persevered and here we are at a different hotel. But thank God through all that, we're still doing it. You know, like they make it like this giant, you know, overcoming adversity story. And then the headliner gets up, the president, and he's like, here's a joke. The guy went up the stairs and but for a different reason, it was bad. That sucked. Whatever, this whole thing's stupid. Thank God we made it here, though. It sucked. Who wrote this stupid joke? This sucks. This is stupid. Then a video starts playing with dramatic music. We almost didn't make it here. But through the power of imagination and love, we overcame.
Wow, that was very beautiful, but this has not been an easy evening, all these awards.
Right.
Do I have a say? Those awards, all those
The
awards.
Epstein ones are kind of bad for me.
But it's
if
great
I'm
to
being
be back
honest.
at- But after hearing the gunshots, many people yelled, get down, which caused Nicki Minaj to start twerking. Do you believe it? Get down. She's the only
Okay.
one that really understood what that
Who
meant.
wrote that one? Who's writing this? Is him looking at the teleprompter. Who's writing this crap? JD? JD. Here's a joke. JD, what does that stand for? Joke died? Anyway, I'm going off script now. I'm going off script, and the first thing I'm doing one of these.
We have our ballroom, the windows are this thick.
Okay.
I said to the people, well, if a
Yeah.
bullet hits, what happens? Nothing.
Wow.
Nothing. It bounces right off, sir. This is the greatest bulletproof glass. I said
Okay.
AK-47. That's supposed to be a big one. I don't know so much about the guns. My sons know a lot. But I said, AK, I know it's big.
Okay.
What would happen?
I know
to
it's
go
big.
Up, meaning it can take more.
Even
I
more,
said, so
right?
if I'm making a speech and I hear that pinging sound at a window, what would I do?
Yeah, he does this for like an hour. We do my son's this, and it's gonna be a huge glass. It's not, I don't know if he goes off script or what this is, but it's just kind of like there's gonna be a huge glass in the place where I go, and you can't shoot. And my sons know about this, but not me too much. But anyway, who's that in the front there? You all right? Okay. What? I didn't say anything, Mr. President. Oh, okay. Where was I? It's like that for an hour, okay?
The Aldo Beckman Award for Overall Excellence in White House Coverage, named for a former association president, the late Chicago Tribune correspondent Aldo Beckman, goes to Barack Ravid of Axios.
Okay.
Oh my God. The judges said Barack Ravid's reporting displayed deep, almost intimate levels of sourcing in the United States and abroad that produced stories closely aligned to the events that subsequently transpired. His stories put the reader into the room as decisions were being made in the tumultuous aftermath of the October 7th Hamas-led raids on Israel.
Of course, that's what.
Oh man, this is terrible, man. I went back and watched how many views on this piece of junk. 139,000 views. 139,000 views. I wonder if there's anybody who watches this crap. This is the Biden one from what the hell year is this? 2024, April 2024. Man, this is bad, man. They're like, here's a journalism award to a guy doing the exact opposite of journalism. Then a Saturday Night Live guy says some stuff, and then Joe Biden goes like this. Then Joe Biden just like reads these jokes, these terrible old-timey jokes off of like a teleprompter. He kind of like makes his way through that. It is like you watch these things and it's just like, who is this for exactly? What the hell is this?
It's for the industry.
They're basically like giving awards to themselves.
Yeah.
And then giving
It's
like
the
a
Oscars
terrible
for journalism.
speeches. And 139,000 people looked at it.
I have higher standards.
Okay.
I do interviews with strong, independent journalists who millions of people actually listen to, like Howard Stern.
Okay.
And I know you're looking around.
Sure.
Yeah, I watched a bunch of this thing from 2024. There's a dang crime scene. And I watched some older ones too. And like every president does this. He just reads the jokes from the teleprompter. Just there we go. You know, Bush, Obama, all they did just read here's the jokes. Somebody wrote these. They got somebody to write this crap. They just read it and then they get the hell out of there. It is funny that Trump is like, I'm just gonna improv this. My sons, they know about.
We're gonna have some glass that's thick, and it's pretty good, you know, and then you go over here and over there, and you do all this.
It is funny that he's like this fossil who's just like, I can do that. I don't need anybody to write any crap. And then he just keeps like going into a ditch. He just keeps going into like a public speaking ditch the whole time.
Assuming we finish it right on time, I get to use it. Somebody said he's building it for himself. I'm building it for the future.
Who's that guy that talks like that?
Now, had I not gone down 6 or 7 stories,
yeah,
then in that case, I would have been able to get a couple of years out of it. But that was far more complex what we did downstairs than what we do upstairs. So we're very proud of it. That's going to be amazing.
That's kind of funny. He goes on and on for like 100,000 million minutes about some bunker. Some bunker they're building in the White House or something. On and on about this. And it's just like, what the hell? What the hell do I or any viewer of this outside of you care about that? What the hell? I'm never going down there. What the hell does this have to do with me? Keep it to yourself. Oh, they're building a bunker under the White House. Oh, thank God I have that information now. I'll let my coworkers know about this because I'm the only one who watched this. I don't have a lot going on.
So successful that I've been informed by CBS News' David Ellison, who's going to do a fantastic job. He's the owner. He's the owner. He bought it, spent a lot of money, and he's going to make, I think, fantastic changes and keep some of the great stuff going. But then next year they're going to call it the Trump White House Correspondence Center. He told me that.
All right.
And I like that very much. We're going to change the name of it, okay?
That's weird. That's a good one.
It's going to be so hot, just like our country is hot. We are hot, by the way. But to be honest, it's just about the only way that they're going to.
I guess this is kind of better in a way, you know, than somebody just reading jokes written by like Saturday Night Live writers, you know, and then they give like some propagandist an award. This stupid guy is like, I'll wing this thing. Here we are at a journalism thing, allegedly. You know, they went on and on doing all these videos, doing all these pre-edited videos and speeches about how important it is to have a press that pushes back on all this crap. Quick note on that. Thank God crazy billionaires are buying up even more of that crap, including TikTok, to further control what you morons see.
On July 4th, we were over at the mall, and it was raining. It was supposed to be really bad again. And we had 450,000 people show up, and that's a light number. And I was told, sir, we're going to have to cancel the event. This was not good. And it was drizzling a little bit, not raining very hard. And they were calling me.
Dude, it's like a national weather emergency. What are you talking about?
It's weird. It's not raining. They said, where are you? I'm standing at the mall, and I'm waiting to go in the White House. Then others called up. They said the same thing. And I said, you know, this is terrible. But there was lightning. Not big lightning, but you don't have to have big lightning. Just have to, it takes just a little bit to do some big damage. So they said everybody must leave.
That's a lot of damage.
So this is kind of funny. He's going on and on about rain or something. Look at the crowd. They make the huge mistake of cutting to the crowd. Look at these people. We got a lady on her phone right here. I don't know what this lady's. This guy looks like he's thinking about going home. Look at this crowd is absolutely electrified here. Who are these people?
Leave everybody. 450,000 people were forced to leave, and they left.
Look at this guy.
And I said to myself, I said, let me call up and find out what the hell's going on. And I called up and I spoke to a brilliant young man.
This is gotta be one of the funniest crowd shots I've ever seen. This guy looks like he's like really trying to figure out why he's here, and at the same time struggling to stay awake.
Then I said to myself,
look at that guy.
I said, let me call up and find out what the hell's going on. And I called up and I spoke to a brilliant young man. He said, don't worry about it, sir. We can do it in a couple of weeks. I said, you can't.
Okay, so anyway, he goes on and on about rain or the weather or something for like what feels like a couple hours. Then we get to another joke. Okay, hit us with a joke. Here we go.
But I can exclusively reveal to you this evening that for the heaviest of the heavyweights, we will have sloppy Chris Christie, one of the sloppiest human beings you'll ever meet.
Okay.
Fighting, I would say, I could mention the governor of Chicago, but I'm going to mention instead Jerry Nadler.
Okay.
And they're fighting for a big piece of cheesecake, big fat piece of cheesecake. Who the hell wrote that line? But it is true. And then you...
This is kind of funny. He tries to save the joke a little bit here by making fun of it. It's funny watching him trying to save the joke. Here we go. Watch this again.
Big fat piece of cheesecake. Who the hell wrote that line? But it is true. And then you have a Congresswoman.
But it is true. Who wrote that crap? But it's true. They will do that. Two big guys fighting over a piece of cake. That's a classic joke. You know, a little outdated, but it's real. It's real though. It's really gonna happen. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna really do that. So I'm just kind of filling time right now. See if I get a laugh somewhere else on this. Okay, this next part is kind of brutal because it's just like we are watching dementia here. Because it's clear that they did write him jokes. They wrote this guy a bunch of jokes, but he's not like sticking to them, so they don't work. Pay attention to what he says, like what he improvs in here. He's gonna just basically tell the truth about what's going on. Here we go.
But we had a contest for who had the lowest ratings and the lowest IQ on television.
Yeah.
And that was actually Don Lemon, I think. You know, when I said that he's the dumbest man on television, I said, you know, when you say some things, you never make a comeback. It's not like, oh, gee, hey, Don, let's have dinner some night. But I know what I'm saying. And then you have...
Doesn't sound like it.
Whoa, man. Why? Why do you want to bomb at an open mic as president? That guy sucks. And he'll never come back. I know what I'm saying. I know what I'm saying.
But I know what I'm saying. But I know what I'm saying.
Is the same as saying I have dementia. Those are the same. That's the same. That's what he really just said. Hey, oh, look, I know what I'm saying. I know what I'm saying. It's like, I can drive on my own. You know, that's a sign. Okay, no more. Grandpa is not allowed to drive anymore. He just said
I'm not that drunk.
He's fine to drive on his own. I know what I'm saying. Okay. Okay. Okay, he's gonna hit another pre-written joke here. It's another classic. It's another, you know, something you might have seen, I don't know, 30, 40 years ago on a late night show. Here we go.
And what about Bruce Springsteen? What the hell happened to that guy?
I don't know.
He looks like hell. I don't care what anyone says. I'm not supposed to say. I'm sure he doesn't like the way I look, but I don't look so bad.
He's an old man.
But in a recent contest, Bruce, all he did was talk politics. He ought to run for office. That'd be interesting. But all he talked about, he made 4 political speeches.
Destroyed.
In his 3-hour show.
Are you kidding me?
The tour has been renamed Bored
Bruce
in the USA.
Springsteen, one of the most loved and respected musicians of all time. Yeah, he should run for politics. He would fucking literally win on name recognition alone.
Moving on right on to the next thing. Give it
literally everyone knows who Bruce Springsteen is. That's like Elvis. He should run for president, huh?
Anyway, it sucks too. More like bored in the USA. Pause. Yeah, that sucked too. So I'm just gonna keep on talking right past the punchline.
Tour has been renamed Bored in the USA. And his new song was so bad that Chris Christie, who's like a fan, you know, he goes out and tells everybody how he hates Chris Christie. Keep that guy out of my high-fiving.
All this is the punchline, I guess. More like bored in the USA, and also in addition to that, the new song sucks, and Christy was there trying to eat a piece of cake. Remember earlier I was talking about that. By the way, this is all still the punchline to the Bruce bit. Anyway,
no, I didn't want to activate that. I don't care about darkness right now.
Big guy was trying to eat. Man, he could really eat a lot of cake, is what I'm trying to explain here.
I ran. I got elected.
Yeah.
I thought the press treated me very, very unfairly. And I don't know. I think I made the right decision because...
Then I ran for president and, you know, they were mean to me and, I don't know. You know? I don't know. You know, you do a little, you put a little here and a little there. And, you know, who knows? Who's to say? Anyway, I could do this for another, about 400 or 600 hours. I don't know. And then I ran and, you know, they wrote about it and I don't know. You know, you do what you do, I guess. Anyway, what else do I want to talk about?
Okay, he's gonna try to come back to another joke here. This is what these stupid things are. It's just like people write these jokes for the president. If you go watch Biden, it's just like, let me read the joke. Just reads through these terrible jokes. But this guy is just going off God knows where.
And then I ran for president, I don't know. I know what I'm saying. You don't yell at me.
So he's gonna try to come back to another one of the pre-written jokes. Here we go.
Nasty, maybe not. I don't know. But we're going to be back next year. And
yeah, looks like he just looked at the prompter. Okay.
Well, Jackie will treat me very bad. But this year, the association decided not to have a comedian, so they considered using Jimmy Kimmel, Jimmy Fallon. These guys, they're terrible. They're terrible. Stephen Colbert. These are people without talent.
So that was supposed to be the joke right there. We're not having comedians this year, so I guess we'll have Jimmy Kimmel or Jimmy Fallon. See, there you go. That's what that was supposed to be. Instead, it's like, yeah, look,
we're going to have a comedian, so Jimmy Fallon or Jimmy Kimmel will be there. Man, those guys are a couple of jerks, am I right? Anybody?
Did they rehearse with this guy? With these jokes?
There's no way.
A joke like has a punchline. That's where people may or may not laugh. You gotta let that sit for a second, sir.
Yeah, look, there's no comedians this year, so Jimmy Fallon and Kimmel, who both suck, by the way. Let me just say this about these two jerks.
Wait. You're kind of stepping all over the punchline there.
Let me say this about them. Not a fan.
Okay. We get. Forget the jokes. Just do what you do. Okay, he's gonna try again to come back to the jokes. Here we go.
Put on a big show, and they have somebody very special. I look forward to seeing him, and so they thought about going with a professional clown for entertainment. Okay. But Adam Shifty Schiff was not available.
Instead, they went for a literal clown.
I hate some people. You know, I shouldn't say this. I'm not supposed.
Okay, that one did not land. Let me try this. I hate that son of a bee. So we were thinking about having a clown, but the Adam Schiff was not available. Nothing on that? Well, look, I hate that guy. He's a moron, by the way.
I'm supposed to hate him. I'm supposed to love everybody. But he's a terrible person. He's a liar.
Who thought this was a good idea?
Because he has the largest head I've ever seen with the smallest neck, pencil neck. How does that big, fat...
You gotta laugh on the watermelon head thing.
Stand on a little pencil neck. And then I'm told that.
All right.
Even.
There we go.
And I called him Watermelon Head because he has the largest head I've ever seen with the smallest neck, pencil neck. How does that big, fat, ugly head stand on a little pencil neck? And then I'm told that even Rosie O'Donnell reached out from Ireland. She really on a little pencil neck, pencil neck.
Get it?
Pencil. We will not let them have a nuclear weapon.
Okay. Got an applause.
They would use it if they had it. But Oz, I do have one question about what happened that time because he was there. How the hell did you not see that coming? He sees everything.
Okay.
He sees everything. He's telling me about your grandmother and your this. Why the hell didn't we got to ask him that question when he gets up here? Why didn't he see that coming? But of course, this evening, it's really all about the fake news media.
This is interesting, man. You know, people have been making fun of this guy for his like weird speeches all the time. You know, and that he might have dementia, whatever. People have been joking about this forever, but I have not watched this kind of thing in a while, and this is like, what the? This kind of is like out of control. Because he's just kind of improvising, and then he'll kind of try to come back to one of the jokes, and then he'll just go off, and it kind of sounds like here. I tried to listen to this a couple times, and it sounds like he's doing a joke about how like they don't know what they're doing with this Iran war thing and it's not going very well. He's like, it's going great, but hey, they have like a mentalist guy there. But hey, mentalist guy, why didn't you warn us about this one? And people laugh, I guess, because he's referencing like a magic guy who knows the future, so they laugh about that. But is he like just saying that they're like in a quagmire? Like in a quagmire or something? Really? I mean, this thing goes on for like an hour plus, and it's like, who knows? He just gave out his bank account information at one point. It's kind of funny, man.
This stuff, right, Peter? Nobody wants to. You ever see the ratings? They used to have 48 million people. Now they have 2 people watching. But they'll learn their lesson.
Okay. Got like one, got a couple laughs on that, okay.
But I want to personally congratulate CNN's Caitlin Collins on receiving her award.
It's weird.
It was all about me. It's a fake. She shouldn't get the award. It was a fake, but I didn't mind. I said, Caitlin, congratulations.
Yeah.
But it was fake. There's no question about it. But she's a young, attractive woman. She never smiles.
Oh my God.
I said, Caitlin, do you ever smile? Smile. You have a nice position. You're at CNN Fake News.
Yeah.
You should be a happy person. So smile, Caitlin. Just smile. But we attack, and I thought Caitlin had
Give me
really
the
made
finger,
it
Caitlin.
big with a major new sponsorship. But then I informed her that
I was reading about this thing. They've been doing this for 100 years, and it's like, you know, Ronald Reagan, and somebody would come out and they would be like, hey, shut up. And then, like, Ronald Reagan would read prepared jokes. And they did this with George W. Bush, too. Cedric the Entertainer came out and, like, did a bit about Condoleezza Rice, like a pre-written thing. And it's gotta be for, like, decades. People are like, what is this? Like, these are not my friends. These are, like, you know, people starting wars and lying and doing trickery and scams. Why are they doing comedy bits? Like, what the hell is this? And this is almost like a better version because it's just like everybody in the audience here when they cut back to the audience. You can just see them. They're like, what are we doing? What is this? What the hell are we... Why are they letting us still do this? Okay, here we go. Take another crack at a joke. Here we go. So do another one of these pre-written jokes. Here we go.
But Jill Biden insists that Joe would have beaten me in 2024, even though he was way down. She said he was way behind in the polls because he was seriously ahead. She felt he was going to win because he was seriously ahead on deceased voters. He was leading on the deceased crowd, and there were a lot of them. You're finding out there's a lot of them. Look at the numbers that just came out yesterday.
You gotta let the punchline breathe, man. They thought he was way ahead with deceased voters. Moving right past that, it's true. You know, many people are not alive and they vote you know, so it's something to think about, you know. So look, if you're not gonna laugh, I'm just gonna keep going right past the part you were supposed to laugh at, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, one more of these. You could tell when he starts reading the teleprompter again. So he's going back to the prompter. He's like, okay, I'm not getting much from the crowd here. Let me try to read a joke. Here we go. One more crack at a joke. Here we go.
Many of them seem to have really chickened out. I was disappointed that Gavin Newsom didn't show up. He didn't show up. He should be here.
Ugh.
But I heard that he recently said that we will lose our country if we don't fight fire with fire. And to be fair, there's only one thing we know about Gavin, and that's that he definitely doesn't want to fight fire with water. He's got a lot of water he never uses. What a disaster.
What?
That should
There's one guy in the back there. This is like an open mic thing, though, when it's like, okay, that joke didn't land. If I just keep talking, maybe I could get a laugh somewhere else. Here, watch. That exact thing is going to happen. Here we go.
He didn't show up. He should be here. But I heard that he recently said that we will lose our country if we don't fight fire with fire. And to be fair, there's only one thing we know about Gavin, and that's that he definitely doesn't want to fight fire with water. He's got a lot of water he never uses. What a disaster. That should have never happened. But Gavin Newsom recently did a career-threatening, one of the worst interviews.
But there's one thing that's for sure is that he doesn't want to fight fire with water. Man, what a sick mess that was. Am I right? Okay, the whole time, that wasn't a joke. I was trying to make a point here, which is that's sick. Man, what a mess that was. No joke. No joke there, just a statement. So it makes sense that no one laughed, actually. So you shut up. Okay, here we go, one more. One more, he's talking about Elizabeth Warren here. He's gonna start reading this joke and then bail on it. Here we go.
Accept our invitation to debate. I wanted to debate her on various and sundry things, and she decided not to do it. And I decided to bury the hatchet. It doesn't matter. And she, well, I'm not gonna say this next one. Do you wanna hear this one? How bad? She wasn't high up on her totem pole. Who the hell wrote that? No, she's bad news. I wanted to make sure that Jack Smith, deranged Jack Smith, remember?
We gotta talk to these writers. None of these things landed. Now, I was stepping all over all the jokes. I wasn't reading the jokes as jokes, but man, those things sucked. Okay, you know what? Okay, for real this time. This is the last one. But this one actually is very, very funny. This one actually totally lands. He's about to crush, Bert Kreischer style, you know, at the mothership with this one. Check this out.
And he did a certain thing, and then you one man that we had who should be here, he turned Palestinian. Right. This was a man who was 100% for Israel. 100%. Chuck Schumer, crying Chuck. Remember he cried at the airport over illegal immigrants? They were the fakest tears. There were people throwing water in his face.
Yeah.
But now he's a proud, very proud Palestinian. In fact, I'm going to send him a beautiful Palestinian outfit tomorrow.
He's more pro-Israel than you.
So he can greet Bibi Netanyahu.
Wait a second. The crowd reactions.
Literally more pro-Israel
Go back
than
here.
you.
Watch this. Watch the guy with the beard there, the focal point.
Very proud Palestinian. In fact, I'm going to send him a beautiful Palestinian outfit tomorrow, so he can greet Bibi Netanyahu when he comes to town next week, along with the mayor, who I'm sure would love to meet Bibi.
There you go.
They're not treating Bibi too well, but Chuck wanted to join us tonight, but he didn't want to be violating many parts of the Palestinian rules, regulations, and certainly he didn't want to violate Sharia law, his new founding, and all joking aside.
Big laugh on that one.
I do think we need term limits.
We need a hero.
Gotta hear that one again.
Palestinian rules, regulations, and certainly he didn't want to violate Sharia law, his new founding, and all joking aside.
So true, Queen.
I do think we need term limits.
Oh man. All right. There we go. Real funny stuff there.
Pencil neck, pencil.
Oh, damn, the tank
Kind
guy
of amazing. He does this for an hour.
The tank guy is
literally
$2,000.
An hour. It's supposed to be like The president comes up. He wrote.
Trump might be stimming.
To
Maybe
try to seem like a normal guy, which he's
probably
not.
all that meth.
Ever. You know, hey, I'm the president of the United States.
What do they call it? Adderall?
Jokester. Me.
He's
George
the
W.
reason
Bush
nobody
and
can get
Obama
Adderall.
and Bill Clinton and Ronald Reagan. You know, they read the
That was both a
pre-written
joke
jokes,
and factual.
They give an award to a spy pretending to be a journalist, then they get the hell out of there. He just does
Sniffy
that for an
McAdderall.
hour. And now this lady's going to get back up. Here we go. Here we go. Okay.
Thank you, President Trump. People asked me for several months, how long is he going to speak? And I said, you're White House correspondents. So you should know, and thank you, President Trump. So
That sounded hard to say.
this night is all about the First Amendment. Tonight it was on full display.
So say what
Get
you
more
want.
laughs than the president.
I just want to
Hey,
congratulate
how's
all
that
of
First
our
Amendment
award
going
winners
for the
again.
press?
My friend Caitlin.
Pretty well.
And now I don't want to do this anymore. Officially, I got to get out of here.
Todd, joke was hilarious. Bingo!
Then they have a
Landing,
magician.
Attorney General.
And then they have a magician. Okay.
Let's go. Someone catch. Or nobody catch.
Okay.
Can you move your tax shooter?
Okay, great. There we go. There we go. The absurd nightclub comedy of the president of
Somalia.
Doing some open mic work there.
Somalia. It's weird.
Before we get out of here,
Before we get the hell out of here, I got a
you
new
move your
segment.
tax
New
shooter?
segment alert.
New segment alert. It's called
Hassan Parker.
Watch 2026.
Watch 2026. Watch 2026.
Can you move your tax
We got
shooter?
a
Hassan Parker
sighting. Roll it.
Candidate top surrogates Hassan Piker, who is at all of the parties when your
What's
candidates
that?
win. He's been campaigning at top surrogates Hassan Piker, who is at all of the
Hassan
parties when
Parker.
your candidates
Hassan
win.
Parker.
He's been campaigning in
Hassan
Michigan for your
Parker.
Senate candidate.
Hassan Parker.
Oh, well, guys, fire another one. What day is it? Let me look.
Ooh, no.
It's fine. It's fine. And I hope you guys are doing fine. Talk to you next time. Bye-bye. Hey, guys. How y'all doing? Oh, don't forget. Don't forget. Very important. You're missing episodes every single week of this program. But in order to stop doing that, in order to put a halt to that nightmare, please subscribe on Patreon. Just click the link below this video. It says Patreon. However you say that, and it'll take you right there. And you can subscribe and support the show and all this crap and get all this stuff you're missing for as little as $2 per month. That's it. I know. Can't be true. I know what you're saying. That can't possibly be true. That's wrong. It is
sold
true.
your ship as well.
Love you guys. Talk to you later. Bye.
Why?
Don't need it.
Fair enough. Let me find a video.
Gay Pride on Saturday with its annual parade, but what should have been a day of revelry for the city's LGBT community soon turned to horror. Just after 10 p.m, Berlin's Tiergarten was evacuated and Pride celebrations cancelled after a van drove into crowds, mounting a pedestrian path and hitting some of those attending the event. After colliding with a tree, the driver emerged from the vehicle and began attacking people with what police have described as a machete before running away. A 65-year-old woman was killed in the attack, with a further 29 people injured. On Sunday, police tracked the perpetrator to an allotment complex in West Berlin, where following a confrontation, he was shot dead. So who was the killer? Well, he's been identified as 21-year-old Abdul Balaut, a German-born citizen with a Lebanese background who was known to the authorities. On Sunday, Berlin prosecutors revealed that Balaut had recently traveled to Lebanon with the aim of entering Syria in a failed attempt to join Islamic State. He was arrested in Lebanon, where he served a 3-month sentence for offences including incitement to religious and sectarian conflict. After that, he returned to Berlin, where he was arrested and later convicted of preparing a serious act of violence, endangering the state, and publishing Islamic State propaganda on his Instagram account. Now, despite already having convictions for grievous bodily harm, violent coercion, and robbery, he received a suspended sentence and was released from detention in May. So obviously, lots of people very surprised that this guy wasn't in prison to begin with. The German authorities have been pretty clear about his suspected motives, with Germany's interior minister saying this. We are dealing here with a suspected perpetrator who had previously drawn attention to himself through a high volume of criminal offences, radicalisation and affiliation with the Islamist scene. Organisers of Berlin Pride have been quick to condemn any attempt to implicate Berlin's wider Muslim community.
Our basic approach has not changed. We reject all forms of violence. Ideologies, be they religious or other extremists, are trying to suppress people. We do not want this deed to be instrumentalized for political ends. We don't want any groups to be placed under suspicion for this. People are trying to divide our society and set some people against others. As the CSD in Berlin, we will not allow this.
So that call to not politicise and instrumentalise the tragedy appears to have fallen on deaf ears. So AFD lawmaker Lena Kotra tweeted this: "The LGBT scene doesn't have to like us, the AFD, and we don't have to become friends either, but we are the only guarantor of their safety." Reform UK leader Nigel Farage also got in on the act. So he said, horrendous attack in Berlin last night. The strange left-wing alliance between Islamists